Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? SPX up and running. Flop of the morning to you too, Joshua GMA. Daily DD sim like cracking out some Capri Sun for chat in the back seat so you can have 5 fucking minutes of quiet on the drive today. Uh, maybe. Good morning, guys. Fuba's got an interesting thing going on there a bit. Have you seen Baba and Neo? Not yet. I'm sure they're rocketing. Ooh, coming down into open though. Awesome. Same like free money. Oh shit. Yeah. For some reason I thought it was the 6th. I fixed it. Thanks for letting me know. Ding ding. Maybe a little patience until PMI data. I'm gonna get out of my straddle though. Jimmy had a little bit of negative arbitrage this morning, so might have a nice bounce back. Okay, I'll set stops there. I don't know how long this is gonna last for. A little bit of a sell-off into open. All of these are HSI is up massively overnight. CN50 not so much. Fucking pricey. All right, sorry. I'm just trying to some possible entries here. The sell-off continues for a little bit longer. That'd be fucking awesome. SPX looks to be bouncing off its upper resistance. It's tested it a couple times now. Do you know which ruling case the Daci is seeking positive outcomes for? Is it alterations to the e-sign law in 2000 or a new ruling case? I'm not sure. I know I read something about alterations for the e-sign law, so it may be that. Uh, Feel free to dig a little if you want. SPX seems like it's bouncing off its upper resistance. Okay, is Amira's cat about to break out on the weekly? It might. That's definitely a distinct possibility. For VIX charts offline. You're on a 15-minute delay. Baba's looking good. Are there new developments? Oh no, it looks good. I'm just trying to get an entry before this shit turns around. Um Looks like that might be it. Out of Okay, I'm out of the short side of my straddle. Now I just needed to hit 4070 so I can get out of the long side. Um GME dropping, interesting. I mean, it started coming back up with the market. GM, good morning. What's up, Chris? Can we get the Centaur theme song for this glorious week ahead? I didn't realize I had a Centaur theme song. And I'm not a Centaur. Why would I have a Centaur themed theme song? Waiting to buy 250 SPY 402 piece for today. What do you think? I think you might lose a lot of money if you try to do that. Are they expiring today? It sounds like they'd be expiring today given the quantity of them. BBBY very hot. Is it ever? Yeah. Good morning, Pickle Man. Let's hope for a good week. Everything's looking bullish as fuck. Things are looking moderately bullish. Apple ripping. Check Apple. Apple going nuts. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's up like $1. That's a pretty nice move. Huh. Go pick up some 150s. Oh, 155. Cool. It's Jan 2070. 65s. That's gonna be fun. All right. Thank you, Russell and Chris. Still bullish on Revlon. I mean, I guess. I think they'll get bought out for more than they're worth now. Or they'll just keep doing business and eventually get relisted. Are you able to see how much time individuals watch you? How many hours do you think the top score would be? There's a lot of people that just, there's about like 800 people that just watch the stream all day, every day. Like the maximum amount of feasible time. Do you have designer horseshoes? I'm not a centaur. I, I couldn't be more clear. Oxy's looking good this morning. Yeah, oil's been up overnight. Oxy looks pretty good. Netflix over 320, still a good entry for calls. It's not terrible. I'd maybe wait for this pullback a little bit. It could dip back below. Hmm. Yes, had kind of a crazy spike right here. That looks kind of like a good recovery. Nice. Um, oh yeah. Free cash flow. Anyone got Chat GPT account? Get it to write a Centaur financial theme song, please, and thank you. What were your thoughts on those bond spreads you mentioned on air on Friday? Too bullish was a concern. A little bit too much enthusiasm in like the ABS markets. I think it could be like some foreshadowing of an end of year sell-off. We'll see how they continue to perform, obviously. Hey Greg, I hope you had a good weekend. It was decent. I got hammered last night. If you were a style of jeans, which would you be? Mm, jeggings. I think I'd be boot cut. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, cowboy. So Hey, two questions before I get out of here. Any fundamental changes to the upstart play? No, not really. And is French toast better than waffles or pancakes? Oh, yes. Well, it's better than both, actually. Was it you that bought $1.3 billion worth of Google on Friday? No, I wish. PFOF should only be allowed to print in complete lots. Interesting. Okay. When will Pickle Financial be releasing a public statement to disavow Kanye? Oh, I'm not a big fan. Ending up holding my 404 puts, got out at open with a small gains. Surprising, I know. I left one contract as a sacrificial offering to the stock gods. Nice. I didn't wink when I said I wasn't a centaur. Fubu up 8 cents. MOASS. No, not really. Come on a little further. Come on. Oh, if ES is gonna find a little higher low here or not. Back to 40.45. There it is. Okay. Then I can buy one more of these. Oh, missed it. Damn it. How did that reprice so fast? Fuck me. There we go. Netflix is looking pretty good. Baba's still pretty stable. Alright. Yes, might turn around here. Man, futures are kind of volatile this morning. That's interesting. Do you have any price targets for BP for spring of 2023? Didn't I put my price targets in the DD when I first bought in? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. There's gonna be some resistance at 36, but above 36, 40. I would say 40 is probably my next target. Half horse, half banker. The financial centaur gallops through the markets with numbers to flirt A powerful beast, both strong and astute, trading stocks and bonds with a heart that is mute. Okay, that's enough of that. Fubo doing something? What? Oh, cool. Back to $3. Maybe Natty will stay a billionaire now. I just retired from that 20-cent move on Fubo. Thanks, Gary. No problem, man. There's news today at 9:45. Yeah, the PMI data came out. ISM manufacturing PMI is at 10. PMI data is probably not very interesting, but I'll take a look. Yeah, PMI a little above forecast, but way down from the previous for global composite, global services. Also a little higher than forecasts, but significantly down from the previous print. ISM's not out yet. So pretty bullish. Where would the DD be posted on Reddit? It's in Dillionaires. And the pickles picks. You're out of your straddle puts yet? Yeah, I got out of the puts already. Unfortunately, I guess I could have had a slightly better exit now. Not much though. What level did you set the stop for the SPX calls? Oof, I don't have a stop set on the calls yet. The calls are at 4070. Fubo's presenting at the UBS conference today. Oh, cool. Upstart has no volume. Wow. Yeah, not a lot. Well, I've got other stocks to watch. Right? Netflix is probably fine. Um, Upstart volume's not that bad. It's like 500, 400K. Billionaire Revlon owner Ronald Perelman is selling off his $21 million furniture collection on December 6th. Doesn't sound bullish. Sounds desperate. Sounds like an article published by a short hedge fund. No, I haven't gotten the desk yet. Not all of it. I only have like half the pieces. Spy about to break down. I don't think so. Speaking of which, I should look at the. Yep, still just obscene amounts of call interest at 40.50. Very little put interest below, but some. Gamma flip is at 40.43, so they may be trying to get it below the gamma flip point so they can close out some shorts. We will see. They're just a bit below it, I guess. Although I don't know, I'm not entirely sure I agree with that level. Uh, 40.34 is more likely. ES is starting to look pretty good. All right. A little bit further. Oil's getting hit. Down a little bit, yeah. Starting to recover, I think. Treadmill in the apartment yet? Yeah, I got it inside. I almost killed myself, but I did it. How many upstart Gen 24 510s should I YOLO into? I don't know. That seems like a terrible idea. To YOLO into any significant number of those. Are you confident in your Jan upstart calls? Yeah, I'm fine with them. Need someone to make a scumbag upstart meme. Follows market down, doesn't follow market up. Reminds me of something else. Jesus, what did I do to Upstart's wife? Oh, relax. Futures are rising. Not really. They're kind of consolidating. They might break down a little further. Yeah, here we go. Not much. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance here. Like the 40-40 level is pretty strong on futures, so, and seems to be acting as a bit of support. SPX is just kind of boring. What do we got? 4 minutes till the ISM data's in. EP. I want to look at food. A little volatility on that. Man, crude's been so volatile lately. Yeah, I think futures are. Mm. Lots of sell side pressure, but it's not really doing anything. Yeah, I think they're hitting resistance. Maybe we get our bounce here. The consolidation is nuts. Why don't you hire 2 guys in a truck? I just rented an appliance dolly and dragged it up into my apartment. The stairs were a bit rough, but I don't think I fucked my back up, so. Tis the season for it. Costco's taking a dump. Maybe headed back to a good range to buy in eventually. Is Costco a similar type of channel trade as Cat? No, it just doesn't stay down for very long. It's a big boomer favorite. It's a little different than Cat, but there's some similarities in its value. It's not as I would say there's more efficiency in its price realization. So it's been almost 30 minutes of market openness. Oh, I'm not talking about that. Do you not have any IRL friends that would help you? No. Move shit? Absolutely not. My headset just broke. Today's a bad day. Well, don't throw it when you rage out about Fubo. I feel like when you miss an entry and the stock goes back to the entry you wanted. Ooh, woo. Nice. I know, AJ. I saw how excited you were to ask when it was going to squeeze this morning. Ooh, fuck. There's no way ISM was that bad. I don't believe it. Look at these goddamn countries. ISM 56.5. Really? We're gonna wait it on ISM's manufacturing report? Or is this just shorts trying to get out? Damn it, I should have left my put side of the straddle open longer. There we go. ISM increased 56.5 points in November from 54.4 in October. It's a bit above estimates, but it's not a significant increase over the previous period. It's at like September, August levels. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a big fucking deal. Um, Quick sell everything. Yeah, I don't know about that. Gurk, have you named your upstart calls yet? Which one is your favorite? I haven't. Should I? What do you got, Dork? Ooh, interesting. That's fun. Trying to short into earnings, maybe? Yeah. Would the data come out in at 56.5 versus 54.4 previous? I just want my Jans to grow big and strong. I think they will hit a growth spurt here soon. Upstart market cap is too high. Is it? It's not very high. It's not like 1.4 billion. They have more cash than that. Upstart bar rate reaches 30%. I'll buy another weekly. Of course you will. I would invite to complete a digital interview for the Internal Audit Regulatory Engagement Manager for the DTCC. Should I do it? Yeah, but like leak us a bunch of information. No, I don't know. It's up to you. Do you want to work at the DTCC? I've heard it's boring as shit. Some poor retail trader got market sold on their 4050 zero DTE for 15 cents during that sell off. Ouch. That's a terrible stop. Upstart 295,000 shares, IBKR, and 29.9%. Cool. If SPX doesn't bounce back towards 4050, back to 3950 soon or after, or do you have some stronger supports before that? I mean, there's a shitload of call interest at 4050. There's not that much short interest to the downside. Not unless we move closer to 4,000. And we have pretty strong support at 4025 and 4010. So I think puts will probably sell off here, and we'll fill in the like 4025 to 4050 range on the call side. Reaction seemed a little extreme to the ISM report, which wasn't that significant. How much did Jimmy play after the split in the last two NOPEXs? Transition to the long-term growth theta selling play rather than a squeeze vol play. Also, thanks for all you do. I don't know. We ran in August. We went up to $200 or $50, however you want to look at it. We haven't run since, but there's FINRA shit there that could be possible. Unfortunately. We'll know soon enough. Peasant, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. DTCC doesn't have anything to do with FINRA's deferment policies. Unfortunately. I almost got stopped out at $1. Jesus. Yeah, that wouldn't have been fun. Local grocery store has minimal stock on dry goods. Could be a good opportunity to pick up some wheat. How much is wheat right now? 766. I already have $8 leaps. I don't know. I guess I have enough calls on wheat. It spikes again. I pulled the rug on S0 DT SPX calls because there were too many. There were a lot, actually, yeah. But they'll just build right back up, right? They're cheap. Bobby up 10%. Cool. Here we go. Put sold, call stopped out, now back up. We'll see. Slow climb up, I think. There's some range that needs to fill in on the upside. The benefit here, though, is if it does fill in, we might get like some volatile upside, considering there's such a wide gap between here and like the gamma flip point. Like we're truly below gamma neutral now, so straddled ISM and got 125% of my puts. Call side recovering. Nice, man. Downside gap fill, then back up towards 4050. I don't know if there. Where's the downside gap? Fucking old if it's there. 4019. Is there one at 408? I can't tell. I don't know about that. Those are pretty small. The fuck? See where ES recovers. If we get a higher low here, that's pretty good. ES looks pretty bottomed out. SPX a little weird today. Right, so all right. Huh. SPX may be a little more volatile than futures. Like we may see another retest of 40.25. Ugh. Average down on Upstart January's? You could if you want to. I want to pick up more of the 25s, but they're still a little pricey right now. What's happening to Bobby? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to it. Let's see if it has FTDs today. 17th. Looks like Bobby has ETF FTDs today. Yesterday and today? I wonder how many are being settled today. Well, IWM has FTDs today, I should say. Fubo has some too. Yep, 5th, 17th to the 5th. So like a couple million FTDs. I don't have Bobby's FTD report. I don't know. Did he post it in the Bobby channel? Maybe. Oh, here it is. 17 looks like BBBY ETF FTDs today are about 1.2 million. Not bad. They're better on the 24th and the 26th for October. Much better. Thank you, Atomic. Tesla dead. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to lose institutional interest, which is really bad for it. The issues in China aren't helping them. Do you think Jimmy gets shorted before or after earnings or both? Maybe both. Into at least. Bobby up 12%. Hmm. Upstart looking like a double black diamonds. What? Accidentally paper-handed my billionaire status. Should be some kind of walk of shame message for folks like me. Glad to be back, though. All good, man. Glad to have you back. I hope that guy got the SPY 402 puts. Did SPY hit 402? So briefly, though. Hope he did too. Double black diamond equals skiing, snowboarding reference. Yeah, I mean, I know what it is. I don't know what it has to do with Upstart. I love my managed fund today after 15 years. Overall, it was a poor experience. I could see that. Nice diamond hands. I don't know what to say here, so I'll just say good morning. Good morning, Spider. How you doing, man? If you did the small port challenge, it'd be really interesting if you tried it with only shares, no options. Oh, gross. I don't want to play fucking penny stocks. What's up, Stray Makel? It took some time away after Rev died. I knew it was risky and didn't overdo it. It just got me with how it went down, not meeting criteria, etc. But I'm happy to be back. Welcome back, man. Yeah, it was kind of bullshit that it got delisted. But it was always going to be up to like three dudes in an office at NYSE. So, how are they managing to short both IV and the price at the same time on Upstart? Is it crime? My Jans are dying. IV is just dropping a bit. Volume, volume's not that high on it right now. Thanks for all you do. Pickle Shell, thanks, man. What's your opinion on the overall daily trend on the SPX of the year and the fact that we're at it? I think we break through or big downs. We may not break through it until CPI next Monday. Um, but there's a lot of people at least betting on us breaking to the upside. What do you think about Upstart March $40 calls? Is there any OI on that strike? I don't think it's terrible, but I don't know if there's any OI. The extra theta is nice. It gives you a little more delta exposure. I just nabbed 14 Upstart 100C for Jan at 14 cents a piece. Thanks for teaching patience before entry. No problem, man. Nice. Have you read the BlackRock report from August 2019 calling for unprecedented stimulus to avoid a recession? Why is the economy in a bad place pre-COVID? It, it wasn't? I haven't seen that report. Although I can imagine BlackRock's probably always calling for unprecedented stimulus. Are you adding to your Upstart shares at these levels? I don't really benefit from an average down at this price. I could DCA some more shares, but it's probably not worth it. I think I'll just wait for like the bottom to settle out a bit and sell some more CSPs for this week. Bro, I'm totally about to sell Upstart 20s. What are they at? Those actually have to those have to be pretty good. 250? Yeah, it's not bad. Is this gonna break back down to 40.25 or what? I'm gonna pick up some 40.30 puts. Well, are we gonna move high enough for me to do that? Maybe. So if I pick up 40.30s here at the money, hmm, we have a lot of time to make the decision. What if it just stabilizes though? That'd be a big fuck up. Um, no, it's a good buy. All right. What's on that SBF fella speaking on every Twitter space to request him? Clearly there's a law year somewhere pulling out their hair. Oh, I have no idea. I don't pay attention to what Sam Bankman-Fried is doing, or really crypto for the most part. I'm not a big fan of pretend money. Hey, Mr. SLD starts off 3 weeks of the month, if I'm correct. So the 19th. It starts the Wednesday before OPEX, so the 14th? Yeah, 14th. You remember the SPX at HSI was up over 400 BPS last night? And that it needs to Murica harder. Thanks. I'll let it know. Are you implying that hedge funds whose whole strategy is to own some of everything would want everything to go up? Never. Well, believe it or not, yeah. I mean, if even if earnings are good, they'll probably short it. They need liquidity, so a short into earnings is beneficial to them. Into and at both. VIX up 7%. What are the spreads you have on VIX? I don't have any spreads on VIX. I have my hedge on VIX, but that's it. And those are in the money and not very fleshed out right now. You take any nootropics? I don't know. I drink coffee. We gonna do this sideways trade all day, then rock it up in the last hour again? We'll see. I think our potential's a little better than that into the midday. Volume isn't dying out too much today. It's Monday, so interest is a little higher. Futures volume's still pretty decent. Definitely consolidating for a move again, though. See, this is what I was worried about buying these 40-30 puts, is that it wasn't going to drop enough. No, it's not. I really need it to drop back to 40-25 again. Just may not get it. We kind of broke down out of the trend here. Okay. 5% profit. Garbage. Um, we're gonna do this sideways trade all day, then rock it up in the last hour again. Kirk is looking really nice today. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It's interesting. I've been digging into it a little bit. I need to see what, uh, given how shorted it is, I need to see what kind of liquidity is available. Although with the share buyback on the table, I feel like I'm not going to find much in the ways of like shelf offers or warrants. Took some time this week studying 2008. Do you know why SPX volume has been extremely low this year versus '08? Nearly half the daily volume. Liquidity in the market right now is way drier than it was in '08. '08 was fairly, like, the effects on the market were fairly rapid. But yeah, I'm well aware of the volume discrepancy. I think SPX is trading volume significantly lower than it has in like the last couple decades. Is Upstart the worstest stock or the double secret worst? It's just fine. It's just getting shorted today. It'll be okay. Sorry about the no context Fubo chart I sent you over the weekend. WeBull doesn't show me daily VWAP for Fubo, so I just calculated it for the last year. Oh, okay. You can use TradingView too. DJI grinding up much more here than S&P and Nasdaq. Yeah, it's kind of pulling things along. I think largely due to the S&P finalization of PMI numbers this morning, which came in a little positive. So that kind of gives a. I mentioned this morning that that can give a little bit of a lift to Dow. ISM, I feel like the reaction was a bit overstated. It looks like we're recovering in there. I think shorts just use it like a little bit of sell off as an opportunity to push and get out from underwater. Their positions at like 4,000 and 40.20 and 40.25 weren't in a great place. So this was a good opportunity for them to try to get out and reposition. What's your thoughts on Funko? I think they make a useless fucking product. That's on bull credit spreads on Netflix, 300-ish strike. I like bull credit spreads on Netflix. Why 300? I'll look at the options calculator. Is it really that beneficial to go deep in the money on this? $290s don't look that bad either. There we go. Now we should get maybe a little bit of a sell-off. I hope. Come on. I'm gonna get out of these fucking puts. 30 days when Theta begins to bend me over. Roll Gen 20s around December 18th. If we see no price action on Upstart. I'm not rolling them to the week after that, but yeah. Right around that time. Is there any big difference between Upstart Gen 24 100s and 250s? The Vega's higher on the 100s. The premium's probably fairly different as well. How many participants do you think have stress-induced health problems? Whenever you describe market participants and their panicky moves, it sounds stressful as fuck. Most people who work in finance are pretty stressed out all the time. I didn't see Cat and Pickle's picks. Are you still playing it at the moment? A little bit. Here and there. What are you expecting for GME price action this week? I expect them to short the ever-living fuck out of it. As much as they feasibly can in order to get people to sell. Upstart has entered my despair zone. $3 and it hits my greedy zone. What are you expecting for GME price action? Went to DCA into my SPY short position, but got confused and bought more Upstart. Okay, well that's different. That's a different way of buying SPY positions. What do you think about Russell? Russell's getting fucking hammered today. Shorts are trying to take as much advantage of the small drawdown in SPX and NASDAQ to short the fuck out of mid and small cap companies, which you're seeing realized on Upstart and GME. So up to the 16th on those. All right, that's fine. City puts my print. Did you see the Revlon loan payment news? Update coming from the lawyers today. I didn't see the news on it. What's the update gonna be? I know they're pushing back against it again. Gherk, are you going steady with any cis, human, alive, cute women? No. I don't go steady. What the? This isn't the 1950s. Spy puts or VIX calls? Neither? Huh. It's a lot of bearish people. Curious. Oh, I know why. Sorry if we've gone over it, but what's the bear thesis? How do they get out of their obligations on Upstart? Or is that not even possible? I mean, they can run it a little bit and then get some liquidity. Because we're in a bear market. Okay. But like, is there another reason? I'm curious because there's no like institutions don't agree with you right now. They're not leveraging the downside very much at all. Protectively, but that's about it. Short dated put interest, but nothing long dated, nothing with big leverage. Are jiggings really a thing anymore? I don't know. I hope so. I'm waiting for the update. All I know right now is Citi accidentally paid Revlon loans early. Yeah. That's not quite how it works. They accidentally paid $500 million to debtors, and then the debtors are like, "Well, we're not giving it back to you." Please help. How DCA if you're already YOLO'd? Don't YOLO into things. Carl, would you know? I think we've moved on to regular jeans or regular leggings. No, jeggings. I mean, jeggings are regular leggings. They just look like jeans, right? Sounds like they need a bunch of small booms that risk blowing the damming, or a big boom and risk it all on Upstart. Yeah, I mean, they're not really successful in getting liquidity right now on the price drops. So the shorting hasn't been super effective. I'm crab gang, but yes, mini chart looks like we're hitting the upper band of our downward trend. So some believe we'll go back down. No, that's exactly what it is. Everyone drew a line on the peaks and they're like, look, it can't go any higher. Um, that may be true for a short period of time. I think we'll continue to test it into CPI, but we've already tested it quite a lot without any significant pullback. So that's more bullish than bearish. $500 million is like 5% of their market cap. If they don't get it back, puts print. No, it's their investment capital. Citigroup has trillions of dollars under management weeklies. What are you on about? Are you gonna add your GME position if they drop it during earnings this week? Yeah, probably not. It's pretty unlikely. I'll sell some CSPs. We'll see what happens. Are we seeing liquidity come from ETFs? They could also hit the lending pool. Don't forget, they haven't hit the lending pool, right? So if they really need to short, they still can. It's not like they're incapable of it. It's rough, and they'll spike the borrow rate, which will attract long interest, but maybe that's exactly what they want. Kirk up 23%. I know, I bought a bunch of shares in the pre-market. Did you roll your Jimmy to Jan or just dump it? What? Oh, the calls? I dumped them. Still bullish on Rev. Yeah. Why Jimmy Downs? Why Dr. J Fresh provide empirical data that doesn't fit DRS narrative? I already know about Kirkland. It's moving today. It has some FTDs. It's doing a big run up. Oh, how's Fubo looking? Recovering a little bit. Gross. And so yeah, those are starting to look pretty good. Is Upstart less liquid now than the last time they got it off Reg Show? Yes. Significantly? Haven't we been seeing the borrow rate rise? Borrow rate on Upstart. So they're hitting the lending pool now, which means they're running out of. That's the like last source of liquidity, right? So if they start to tap the lending pool, which has already been hit pretty hard, but borrow rate this morning was up 255 BPS, and I think it's up even higher now. Yeah, 29% now. So yeah, they're turning to the lending pool, which has gotten them, a whole 60 cents price drop for a what fucking 600 BPS increase in overnight rate. Not a big win, right? Don't forget two shorts on Upstart. You got long shorts and vol shorts, and they are not working with each other. Thanks for telling us about Kirk. Well, I bought some because I didn't get enough time to do all the research I wanted to do on it. But I don't have a lot. I only bought like 1,000 shares. Small position. I just wanted some exposure while I researched it. I'm probably gonna sell it pretty soon too. Also, you expected Jimmy share offering this earnings or one of the later ones? I don't expect a share offering right now from Jimmy. They're in kind of a tight spot. I think Ryan Cohen's focus on near-term profitability that he mentioned is twofold in its purpose. One, his executives are paid on comp, right? And they're gonna fucking leave if he doesn't get the stock price up. Uh, Two, they'll also leave if he does another fucking share offering while it's below their cost basis, right? So I think Ryan Cohen needs to pump the price of the stock a bit over the next couple of quarters. And positive FCF means they could offset a share offering for a little bit of time. They might get a few extra quarters. I mean, they really don't need more money until they hit another growth cycle, right? Which they can have institutionally funded. Um, that would be better for them. Although with the DRS numbers, it'll be hard for them to get financing. Am I allowed into the BlackRock Christmas party this year, or do I have to hold the door and give all my tips to the actual doorman? Who's upstairs at the party again this year? It's just Larry. It's just gonna be Larry. Kenny might show up, but he just shows up and steals the mayo, and then base jumps off the roof. Connecting flight to the Bahamas about to take off. Bravo 6 going dark. Have fun, man. Are the people bearish of a line on the SPX? Same like people who believe in the Dorito of Doom. To some degree, yeah. There's a significant turnaround in the macroeconomic environment right now, and I think that's being ignored in favor of a trend line, which is stupid. It's very stupid. October 69th is the day after GME earnings. It's also T plus 5 from the last IV pop on GME. I'll be ready, Dork. Don't you worry. Upstart Finna, it's turning around. Look, everyone's not sad now. The price is lower than it was this morning, but people are more ecstatic now than they were at market open. It's not that I don't understand market mechanics. I just don't trust them or want them in my house. That's fair. I wouldn't want them on my property either, to be honest. Is the Dorito of Doom nacho cheese? It's, it's not even. It's like Bravo's cheese flavor. It's not even Dorito. It's like a knockoff Dorito. Baba's still on the menu. Yeah, I still like it. I'm pretty bullish on it. I got some December 16 calls, so I gave myself a little bit of time. I knew the earlier part of this week could be a little rough. Um, so I think, but I think my assessment on Baba hitting the $95 level pretty quickly is a solid one, especially with China pulling back the COVID policies. I think it's definitely got room to grow. I think we're gonna see some short positions get out on Baba. There's quite a lot of them, and the call interest is astronomically high. Kept a million deep in the money. Jan puts sold on Upstart. Cool. Good to know that they're shorting with puts that'll fail. Where's Jimmy bottom after earnings? I don't know. They might. We'll see how much they can short it. I don't think the. I've said before. I don't think the lending pool on GME is all that robust. So, um, their ability to short for any sustainable period of time is going to be fairly minimal. And if they spike the borrow rate, that's going to just attract a lot of interest, right? But I mean, there's an argument there that spiking the borrow rate is intentional in order to attract interest, right? If you drive the borrow rate up, longs come in, volatility goes up. You run the stock, volatility goes way up. Then you short volatility again, make a shitload of money. Thanks. I was considering entering a position on Baba. Deciding if December 16th is enough theta for me. Oh, I mean, it probably isn't, but would you really want more theta on Baba? That's the problem with Baba, is you don't want to hold exposure to it for a very long period of time. You think RC can pump GME back to a price where a share offering happened? What was it? 220-ish pre-split? 224, I believe. Will you please narrate the SPX ticks like an auctioneer? Absolutely not. SPX looks pretty good though. Slow recovery, but it's recovering. As we approach that gamma flip point, we might start to see more volume and volatility come in. And it's interesting the time of day we're approaching the gamma flip point. Kind of bullish. Um, Gamma. Last update? 10:28. That was like 20 minutes ago. That's not that exciting. What's the gamma? Ooh, the gamma flip point dropped. Dropped down to 40.22. Well, as of 20 minutes ago, it did. That's bullish. So some put selling off. Looks like. Australian mining stocks went up today on China news equals exports. Cool. What was it when? Why is it that when shorts cover a stock, seems to go up a lot faster than when longs buy in? Well, if it's forced buy-ins, they're hitting the lit exchange. Also, it's kind of happening all at once. When ETFs are buying in, they just buy. They buy right on the lit exchange. They don't give a fuck. Just market order for the number of shares they want, and that drives up prices really, really fast, right? Gurk, I bought 215 Upstart Jan calls today. Please help. Oh boy. I'd imagine they're really far out of the money too. Baba fell because I bought calls this AM, down 20%, but I have plenty of theta. This happens every time I buy any Pickle pick. Just be patient with your entries, man. I'm down 20% on Baba too, though, so I guess I can't talk. I thought the earlier dip would be the dip to get in on, but it dipped more. Sometimes that happens. Does selling to open a put create positive pressure? Yeah. It's yeah. You're selling negative delta, so provided the buyer is a market maker, which usually is. Longs come in, tank the price to get that sweet premium money, then run for vol. Yep. That's exactly what's going through my head. December 16th, not enough theta. Also, December 17th, too much theta. Yeah, I don't like to have a lot of exposure to Baba for any significant periods of time. It's a really good stock when you can catch a move on it. Its runs, once they start to pick up momentum, tend to be really reliable. But you got to know when to cut exposure, and carrying profits into overnight sessions is super fucking risky. I made 10% on SPX today. Thank you for teaching every day. Congratulations, man. Was anybody in on straddles this morning? That was pretty fucking good. Um what is this patience you talk about? It's resisting the urge to buy things the second you can. The deeper the money puts sold off on Upstart, according to Shift Search, it was a total of 3 contracts. Well, that doesn't seem very relevant. You trust the slow climb, or are you looking for a rug pull? I'd like to see a bit of a pullback, but it just looks like it's like climbing up and finding support at new levels. We'll see if it's gonna break out. It seems to be struggling a bit here. This is where gamma neutral is. Um, so finding support at 40.34 would be pretty bullish. If we do find support in this range, I think we can drop back down a little bit. Um, maybe right here. This would be the best time to see a pullback. Maybe we hit the 40.32, stabilize a bit more there, and then pick up some more strength to move to the upside. I still think a lot of the positioning between like 40.30 and 40.50 is filling in on the call side, so it takes a little while for that to build up after they reposition. Yeah. SPX 40.50 today, feeling DGenny with $500. I think yeah. I think we're very likely to see 40.50 before the end of the day. Sold puts on Upstart replace with bot puts 12.16. Weird stuff. They're rolling in the short position? That's interesting. That could be an indication. Well, if it's a lot of money moving forward, that could be an indication of planned covering. Baba's same like Wish with fundamentals. No, Baba's fundamentals are pretty good. They're a pretty well run company. They're worth significantly more than they currently trade at. They're trading at like a market cap of like 239 billion, and the business is probably worth like 600 or so. How do you determine after an upstart run when to sell? After much volume, after 3 days of covering, after 1 day? It's hard for me to be prepared for it. I mean, I'd like to see it break gamma max. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to put those in the on the stream today. I'm surprised no one's bugged me about it yet. All right, so we got that pullback to 40.32. I think we'll be a little stronger to the upside here if we bounce. Uber puts seem to be losing a lot of value today. Either IV's dropping or the market makers repricing. How many ETF FTDs due on Jimmy tomorrow? It's like 1.6 million, right? Hold on. 1.4 million. Sorry. Yeah, 1.4 million. It's its highest day over the last shit few weeks. It's also the highest day since the 4th. Upstart also has ETF FTDs tomorrow. I think the best thing you've done with this stream is help people like me gain the confidence to make money in the market instead of earning 0.75% interest in a bank account. I hope so. My favorite indicator on Upstart, intraday cup and handle. We'll see. All right. Hmm. I capitulated, bought some 1216 100Cs for Baba. Consider it $500 of losses already. 100 the $100 price target's a little more difficult, but if it moves up, you'll probably make money. It bugged you in my head. I'm glad you got this psychic message. Thanks, man. What broker would you recommend for options trading SPX with 0 DTA degenning and swing trading? IBKR is pretty good. WeBull's not bad. um, a lot of people like TDA. I don't use it, but that's another one to consider. No one dares ask the Greeks after you verbally murdered that guy who asked last Friday. I did no such thing. $217.25p for GME, 1.5 million worth just bought at the ask. DRS is working, guys. The International Settlements Bank has warned that pension funds and other financial firms now have more than 80 trillion of hidden off-balance sheet dollar debt in the form of FX swaps. Awesome. Sounds bullish as fuck. Yeah, Fidelity sucks for trading options. It's not a good options trading platform. Tastyworks is pretty good too. Yeah, Webull has some nice features. IBKR is undisputably the best. Just because the customability now, customizability, customization options. Customizability. Ugh. What a terrible word. Did you ever find out if Freg was in the chat last week? No. Unfortunately not. There's no confirmation that that was the real Freg. I want to poop, talk me through it. Sit on the toilet, relax. Slow your breathing, Carl. Don't strain. You're always straining. Having your money in a Fidelity IRA doesn't leave any options for where you trade your options. I suppose that's true. Although, you don't have to trade everything in an IRA. I don't know who Freg is, but what if he's dead? I'd be sad. Don't day trade your retirement. It's a good idea to take a loan out to invest in only CSPs and CCs. You know, you could just use margin, right? It's risky. I mean, there's always some risk, and your yields need to beat your interest rate. That's hard. So you have to take on more risk to meet the requirements. I have no idea what I forget what the offer is at for Activision. I don't think it's 95 a share. I think it was in the 80s. But they might be hedging something. Gas reserves being elevated is still too off-putting for me. There might be a price where I consider picking up some shares and just selling calls on them. Not all stocks are marginable. Yay, GME. So I was consolidating around the 33, 37 range. You've been dead on with this guy before. Curious if you're leaning towards a break up or down from here. I think it'll have positive pressure on it over the next couple of weeks. It doesn't run on the same cycles, but it's moderately illiquid right now, and there's options pricing's pretty decent. I've thought about maybe picking, like, doing some spreads on it at least. Maybe some bull put spreads. Give myself a little room to the downside. You have to buy protective puts to get margin buying power for GME shares. I think IBKR gives you some amount of margin for GME now. Just don't invest money you don't have, right? You're not a fucking bank. People were sad, mad this AM. I just bought the Upstart and GME dips, looking solid all day. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. With your VIX hedge, do you use call spread or just straight calls? I was looking over the weekend at possible Q1 positions on an options calculator. I just use straight in the money calls. I have no desire to overcomplicate it. What do I think about AMD at the moment? It might still have a little juice left in it over the next couple of weeks. If the market continues to rise, that'll benefit AMD. Long term, I'm a little bearish on it. I have a fair number of shares. Um, I'm kind of thinking about selling some 25, maybe 30% in the money covered calls on it when I feel like it's started to top out a bit. I'd entered some previously, but then they went out of the money again. So I'm gonna try it one more time. Um, and probably sell those targeting a buyback in like quarter two, quarter three of 2023. So that way I can get a little bit of an interest-free loan against my shares while the price of the stock is likely to decline. I think the Chinese sanctions are gonna really put the screws on Nvidia and AMD over the next couple earnings periods. When will Upstart make me a millionaire? I don't know. It may not. Maybe it'll just go up $5, you'll sell everything, and then it'll squeeze. How safe do you think TQQQ $24 is for playing short-term upside this week? I'd be careful with NASDAQ. It's been... QQQ I don't mind so much. TQQQ... It could be okay, I guess. Yeah, it's not the worst. Yeah, no problem, Don. Got any entry targets for AMD in quarter two? Asking for some puts. No, I don't know how hard it'll drop because I don't know how much margins are going to contract. there's some levels where I'd be willing to buy more AMD, I guess. Um, and that'd probably be like maybe not even sub 56, maybe like sub 5450. It starts to look pretty attractive. So right now, I'd probably be selling calls at around the $60 price point. But I'm gonna wait on that because I think the market's gonna continue to rally up a little bit, right? So I'm gonna try to get, you know, more money packed into those calls if I can. AMD's recovery so far looks pretty good. So but yeah, below like 5450 and I'm probably a buyer. Unfortunately, I don't have that many shares of AMD anymore. I only have like 3,000 shares right now, I think. But my cost basis is good, so I wanna keep them ideally. And if I can bring down that cost basis a bunch by selling some farther dated calls, it seems like a good opportunity to do so. I don't think the next 2 quarters are going to be good for semiconductors at all. Do you think Fubo might run a bit for OPEX for a good opportunity to get out of Jan calls? Could be a good opportunity, yeah. We'll see what it does. I'm not getting out of my Jan 2024s, and any money I make off of Jan 2023s, I'll probably put into either more stock or Jan 2024s. I'd like to see Fubo hit 5 or 6, ideally, because then I can sell $4 calls against my shares, which will bring my cost basis down to almost nothing. How could you say that? Who would do such a thing? Next, you'll imply someone who would have sold Bobby's CCs for $14, only to not even get assigned. Man, I had like 10 covered calls out, or yeah, I had 10 covered calls out on Bobby when it ran, and they didn't get assigned at all during the run. They didn't need liquidity even a little bit, and they were like close to expiration too. Yeah, stuck at VWAP. Yeah, a little bit. We'll see. It's breaking up. Like I said, it takes time for them to fill in that 40-40 range. We're moving back up above gamma neutral though, so that's pretty bullish. And we're above the gamma flip point again, so we have support on the long side. I think if we're gonna get a decent run, we're getting close to it. We recovered right in the range I expected us to. We didn't dip back below 40-32 after the one test, so I think everything looks pretty good. We could still potentially get a breakdown, depending on how strong short positioning is, but I think we're good. Like this looks like a breakup, right? You know, it's decent. Even if it's like that, which is stretching the trend a bit, we're pushing on it, right? And there's definitely an argument that we've already broken out. Ah, fuck off, really? Okay. So, yeah, we could say that that's the resistance. The most bullish outcome here would probably be like a gap down stop hunt in the 40-36 range. I don't know if we're going to hit a gap here on this, though. Yeah, 40-37. So we're still holding the kind of a bullish trend. I still have my OG holding from 08. I want to play some protective instead of leaving outright. For what? For AMD? How far are you planning for AMD CCs? I was aiming for March, but if you think 2Q are going to be that bad, I may take a look at June. I'll probably sell June or Jan. I don't want to get called away on them, right? So the more theta I put on them, the better. You mentioned not holding Bob overnight if the position is profitable, but bought December 16s. Can you explain what you mean? If your position is profitable enough, meaning 25, 50%, um, so right now, if you're under, HSI is probably going to pump. Bob will move more to the upside with the overnight moves. But if you're profitable, you don't want to risk a downside move overnight, right? So like if Baba doesn't move up today, I'm probably gonna hold these calls into tomorrow. Um but if it does move up and they print, I'll sell them and wait till tomorrow to move back into a new position. There we go. There's a breakdown. Alright, let's see here. Are we gonna stabilize? How low can this pull back? Alright, so let's see if we hit 40-32 here. That's important. Then 40-27, I don't know. Could be enough range for a move. What's ES doing? ES is kind of stabilizing there again. ES is going to sell off for 40-30 maybe? There's a 40-45 test. And oil is getting the shit kicked out of it today. Dixie's moving back up, motherfucker. Okay, double gaps. So this is a good sign. Oil gapped too. So did I think futures hit a gap there too also. That looks pretty good. 30% cost to borrow. Okay. What the FTDs do this week, I don't think there is much downside in the overall market. Uh, we'll see. The full port stops. Stop buying the tops and peaks. But full port puts. Stop buying the tops and peaks. Wait, what? I was in a good mood until you started talking about AMD. Thanks. Looks like a sell-off in the underlying. Looks like oil tanked. Jimmy break Gamma Max on 1031. Yes. Treasury posted the effective at 12:01 a.m. yesterday. The price cap of crude from the Russian Federation origin shall be $60 per barrel. Yeah, but the Kremlin came out and said they'll have to do without our oil. So there's clearly no agreement on the Russian side. When is the bottom for Upstart? Is it still 14 where they had it previously, or is it higher? I don't know. We've been pretty strong at 18 for a little while now. Crude's still selling off a little bit. 4026. That's SPX or ES? That's SPX. Hold on. Yes. Fucking piece of shit. There we go. ES has got a little more room to the downside here. I guess we could hit a higher low. Okay, so ES looks like it's maybe bouncing a little higher. Or we're just starting to pick up more momentum to the downside. Just straddle that. Can you touch on why you typically like to see indices pull back before trending upwards in intraday moves like this? We're building up some long side pressure, right? And we were kind of getting dragged up by it, and now we're pulling back with a drop in oil. But that's an opportunity for more closer to the money puts to start selling off. It's also an opportunity for more longs to move into what were previously at the money positions. So the kind of volumetric move to the downside that left some gaps behind indicates, that there was a little bit of a push as the bid was hit on the drop. And so ideally that means that we're seeing more positioning to the upside. If we do, and we find a slightly higher level here, right, then our recovery can be stronger as the repositioning has occurred, and there will be more interest at those levels. People like to buy the dip. Chevron got a 6-month contract for Venezuelan oil. Okay. What can companies do share buybacks and they enlist the help of a brokerage, or they have some dude at a desk buying up shares or something? Yeah, usually they usually have like a broker dealer that handles it. Like that handles the transactions at least. Like GME would use like Jeffries, right? Or yeah, that's I think that's who they primarily use. Yeah, no problem, Gilgamesh. Good opportunity at DCA on 40/45s.
Could be. Still a little risky until it bottoms out. There's a chance this level slips, so I'd be careful with it. If this starts to like round off a little bit, there might be an okay opportunity to get in, but it's yeah, it's still a little risky. It can kind of go either way from here. And then SPX might just even have like more like a little more short interest and volatility. Ooh, let me see if I have an OI update. Uh, I do. A little more short interest at like 40.15 and 40.20, but 40.25 still looks pretty strong on the call side. 40.50 still strong. The 40.30 to like 45 range is a little bit negative, but this is what, 20 minutes ago, so those might be starting to sell off now. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that negative gamma between like 40.25 and 40.50 to start to fall off, which they can do profitably in this price range. Most of them are 0 DTs. Shadow banking sector revealed there's 80 trillion in debt off balance sheet. Not sure if real, but if so, crash? Probably not. You talk about how the market day works, why we see moves early and late, algo versus trading floors, etc. What's really moving the market at 11 a.m. on an average day? Both. I mean, there's always something going on. Generally, interest into the midday slows down. More and more people go to lunch. They're not buying anything. Interest picks up into the end of the day. But I mean, it's always going. You have seasons that are busier, and you take fewer lunches. But generally, most of the interest in the market is in the morning because it's generated off of overnight moves and international markets. And then at the end of the day, um, as like futures move into their like lower liquidity trading period or like their lower volume trading period. So futures volume tends to drop off as you approach the end of the trading day. Um, or pick up as you approach the end of the trading day, and it drops off when the trading day is over, and then it starts to pick up again into the early morning session, right? Gas prices are dropping. Do you remember when people were using plastic bags to try and hold gas during the hoarding? No, I don't. But I live in New York City, so I don't have to bear witness to any of that. Most people here don't have cars. Due to compliance, I can't go short on SPX, so I can go long on inverse SPX ETFs. Love it. Two, I know that there's vol decay, so I don't want to hold these ETF positions for long periods. Is the same true for holding long calls on inverse SPX ETFs? So yeah, because you have the volatility decay, but you also have theta decay because you have contracts, right? So you're compounding the decay. Monthly basis personal savings rate declined 2.3% in October. Lowest of the year, second lowest ever recorded. Yeah, savings are drying up. It's not good. I'm not bullish into the future, believe me. But right now, the markets are excited about well, participants are excited about the potential for CPI. Is this fucking thing gonna bottom out now or what? So Fute's only dropped down to like 40.30. Looks like we saw the peak at 40.28 and that bounced back quick. Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit better. Did you guys have you guys ever seen that have you seen the like Tesla with generators in the trunk? So it's just got gas generators that you can fill up in the trunk so it's constantly charging. Same like car. Yeah, basically. Same like car with lower emission standards. Alright, oil's starting to turn around now. SPX, I think they're just reaching a bit. It looks like ES is mostly bottomed. And oil's turning back around now after its big drop off. So a little more stable in oil. So yeah, probably just a little extra push. Maybe we retest the low. Maybe not. It's probably a good opportunity to average down. That's not even possible, popcorn trader. Did you sell or move any of your Gen 23 $40 calls? No? They're worried about your SPX calls? Not particularly. It's only 11:30. Rolex Forum, someone who works at Rolex said they might shut down the plant in January. Interesting. SPX 4035 calls. Yeah, I'm probably going to buy some 4025s here in a second. I'm just waiting for, this like to burn out. It's just a low volume midday drops. There's not like a lot of volume pushing down, but we keep slipping resistances. Did fucking oil fall off again? No, not really. Oil's still kind of stable. Oh, I don't like that. Hmm. Into puts? No. $39.87 seems unlikely. God, so many fucking 0 DTE puts. Jesus Christ. Dixie's stalling out. Yeah, I see it. Inverse Gurk ETF dividend. Oh, you finally won one, weeklies? Nice. Did you just buy? Yeah. One for 100. You're killing it. It's the fight for the 52-week moving average, right? A little bit. Just shitloads of like out the money puts, but I think we're gonna start to see some capitulation on them now. IKEA in London having supplier issues for new sofas. Bullish for recession. The supply chain should be getting better. That's weird. Which thread on TRF? Rolex is adding production with a new factory in several years and rolling out certified pre-owned. You can't get a modern sports Rolex anywhere. Hmm. Have you looked into Big Lots? I mean, yeah, similar fucking over-shorted retail stock. My uncle gave his big sister a kidney a few days ago. Can you please send all the good vibes to them? Yeah, absolutely. I hope they both get better. It goes well. And Dixie has been just fucking rocketing up today. All right. Highly correlated. Interesting. I don't know what to do with ES. It looks okay. Oh, that's weird. Maybe a little better than okay? Is that gonna be reflected? That's a big surge of buy pressure. We're still bullish on SPX for end of day. Yeah, I just picked up some 4020s and 4025s on the dip here. I'm a 10-year member at TRF. I see zero reason cutting production, short of temporary changes or a 1987 level crash. Ain't gonna happen. We're making way too much money to shut things down. You guys trading Rolexes? Still bullish for the SPX end of day. No, yeah. I did. I picked up 4020 and 4025. Is your bullishness on SPX short term based mainly on options OI and macroeconomic data? There's really no negative news. People are trying to drum up a lot, but the shorts are still pretty fucked. I was never buying AMC. Were you buying AMC? What a waste of money. I'm gonna buy some more 425s, 4025s. And then I am going to... No, I don't need a kidney. Thanks for the offer, though, Popcorn Trader. Be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Ooh, fun. I did not break the way I wanted it to. I'd say GME's being shorted a little bit. The market dropping helps. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's an OI update. Well, back to the gamma flip point again at 4017. So gamma flip moved down now. Hmm. Seems to be the worst of it on the put side. 3950 is kind of a big risk. Yeah, gold and silver are both down pretty hard today, which usually indicated turnaround in the market. But oil's getting fucking hammered. Also, Dixie's rocketing. Dixie hit resistance and it was pulling back there for a second. And now it's just moved back up even harder. It's up like another 20 BPS. Around 9 for 10. There's any more economic data today. Are these from the auctions? Because the 3-month is down. And 6-month is up slightly. That's a good sign. Forty 50 is dead. I mean, pretty much. Yeah, I don't think the move's really backed by anything. All of the positioning seems to be fairly short term. My calls with Theta are in dead reverse crime. I mean, these are all zero DTs, so we'll see where the point of capitulation is. If all this put interest starts to sell off, though, the market's going to bounce back pretty hard. Most of the gamma between 4045 and 4000 expires today. Discord audio should be back up. I forgot to unmute it. I wonder what's going to happen to the upstart bar rate tomorrow with the ETF FTDs. Check you. It was a big sell off. That looks like it has a lot of FTDs. Look at those. Look at that morning volatility every day. Upstart options. Shares available to borrow means nothing. I agree. But it's compelling, and people like talking about it more than they like talking about their options that are slightly underwater. Opinion on those who mainly trade on mobile. I mean, if you don't have a choice. My dog leaked on my couch last night. Sounds like you should pat your dog. What's wrong with trading on mobile? I mean, it's not ideal, but it's fine. Hmm. More downside? Really kind of hitting the limit for how hard they can push us down. It's looking like a red Monday, hard bounce Tuesday. We'll see. You're the guy that trades stocks at funerals? Well, I don't like funerals. So yeah. I think they're stupid and a waste of time. The person's already dead. Who gives a shit? Yeah, funerals, they're dumb. I hate weddings too. It depends on if they have open bars or not. Funerals are for the living. I know, but I don't like those people, so did you like my wedding? If I recall correctly, you banged the entire bridal party and the bride at the same time. I don't know what you're talking about, Carl. I had to go to a funeral like last year. It was fucking awful. It's always just a bunch of people standing around pretending like they cared about the person that died. Now, if we had like resurrection ceremonies, that would be dope. But we don't have those because we can't bring people back from the dead yet. Because that'd be some cool shit, right? What should we do with your body when you go? Just like chuck it in a dumpster or something. Can we experiment? I mean, sell it for experimentation? That depends on who the buyers are. Seriously, though, why would I care? I'm dead. It doesn't matter. I've ceased to be. My consciousness is no more. Give it to Carl. Let him try to drain the tea out of it. Defibrillator. Listen, if funerals were just like an EMT team panicking and trying to shock the corpse back to life, I would go to all of them. I'd go to people's funerals who I didn't even know. You can be so weird sometimes. Why? Maybe you don't know my views on religion. Let me tell you, my views on the afterlife are not much different. It might be hard to do that for the ones that got cremated. Just throw some like iron powder in there and it'll be just watch the sparks fly. You seem very religious, which is why you started a cult. There's nothing religious about cults. Well, not always. Think about it this way. Remember that time before you were born? Same. Same like after you're dead. Sound like a pantheist. You don't hear enough about the before life. That's more Eastern philosophy, right? Is it weird that I've developed a duck fetish? I think it'd be weirder if you're acting on it, but in the context of the pickle jar, I don't think that's that abnormal. Before life was pretty chill. I was a water buffalo, undomesticated, of course. Did you get eaten by a Nile crocodile? Upstart yucky today. What do we expect the rest of the week? Maybe more yuck? I'm definitely not a pantheist. I don't believe in any higher power. What do you think about reincarnation? Sounds like bullshit. Are Baba and Netflix still in play if the SPX continues down this week? Hmm, probably not. SPX rebounding today? We'll see. I hope so. I have a bunch of calls, so is the top left chart Upstart or Carl's T? They're intrinsically tied together. Could you be convinced to be agnostic? An odd question. No? I suppose it's more logical to be agnostic, or at least more accepting of the alternative possibilities, but I'd rather be a contrarian. If Dixie would just collapse already, that would be great. That'd be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. We bag holding Upstart now or Moon soon? It wasn't supposed to Moon today, so I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want. Don't buy the stock, sell it. I don't give a shit. I did the analysis on it. If you don't like it, then don't own it. Don't fucking whine to me about it after you buy it. You felt good enough to buy it. Knowing full well that it wasn't going to just go straight up. I have had Mormons knock on my door. I tried to get them embroiled in a conversation about if virginity was preserved if only anal intercourse occurred. They didn't take the bait though, and then they left. But what do you expect from a state that basically only listens to Imagine Dragons? Most of us also felt good enough to marry our ex-wives too. I love that your name has changed to Sippy Cup. Are you regressing? I think feet stuff is okay. I don't really understand it. Like, I don't like feet are fine. I'm not like inherently disgusted by the sight of feet. Well, most feet. Um, I'm not talking about like emergency exit, right? Um, like those. That's gross. But I don't understand any sexual proclivity towards feet. Like I've never seen feet and been like, oh, Man, I want that. I'll send you some info. I don't think it's gonna work. I think my the only interest I have in feet at the beginning of a relationship is, do they like trim their toenails? Is there like fungus there? Like, I think it's a good way, like a good test of personal hygiene, but nothing really beyond that. And that's like a 5-second cursory analysis. Thanks, Paul. Rip inbox. Soon enough, my name will be umbilical cord. The first drink. Man, you can use the other hole. If I'd known that, I wouldn't be named this at all. Thanks, dude named Dan. I don't have a hoof thing either. I was down some 40.25. Going back above 40.50 by power hour would be nice today. At this point, I think I'd be okay with 40.25. But yeah, bailing out my 40.50s would be cool too. Do you think Neanderthals are asking what the cave market will be like in 1 to 3 years, and then they lost all their investments when Homo sapiens came out with the house? Shit. No, I didn't really consider that. I don't know if there was a lot of bartering going on for caves. I think it was more like you just go out and find one, uh, pray nothing lives in it that's bigger than you, and then live there. What's your expectation on Baba this week? I'm targeting a move up to like 95, 50-ish. It could go higher, but 30 million traded today in puts. Yeah, they're shorting it pretty hard. But they've got a downward trending market, right? It's an advantageous opportunity. So if I remember previous conversations and put them all together, feet are neither bad nor good. Golden showers aren't bad. I don't know if we've ever had a golden showers conversation, but that's disgusting. And Al is a no go. Yeah, like, well, I don't know. We still never landed on if Al was a gay thing. What exactly fliats your boat? Is that Russian for float? I don't have any caves. Let's not. That's Celtic for float. I say. I live in a cave. Wendy's kicked me out. Thanks, Diamond Dickie Dan. I'm sorry to hear that. Alf is a gay thing, but they were saying an owl because YouTube auto censors the word together. Oh. Interesting. Huh. Like ass? YouTube censors the word ass? What if we had a stream about donkeys? Burros. You can't type anal? That can't be true. Look. I can even expand on it. Oh, it's because I have the powers. I see. Wait, Corex just wrote anal. Hold up. That blows that whole theory out of the water. It's very classy, Carl. I have a really hard time explaining to my girlfriend this is what I do now. Don't worry, she won't be around for long. Kind of feels like we're stuck here for a bit with not enough momentum to fall through 4,000. I need a ton of momentum to get back to 4050. Yes, it does. It does feel very shitty. I agree. Sure could use a rounded bottom breakout. We'll see. I don't think we're getting any breakouts right now. This just looks like a bag of shit. Dixie's starting to come back up again because it can't be defeated. And oil is still just looking like garbage. oil sell-off was kind of huge. Fucking VIX had just gotten back under 20 too. UVXY VIX. Which is a little odd. OPEC made some great plays lately. You think oil prices would be rising with OPEC capping the fucking output? One DTE, 400 calls, it looks like. Jesus, how deep do I dig this hole? Ah, up to you. So I just why buying short-term calls helps fuel the downside. It depends what you buy short-term calls on. Are CSPs on Upstart and GME a decent idea right now? I don't think they're terrible. GME could probably go down a lot more. I'll probably start to sell some out of the money CSPs on Upstart later today. Maybe like 17.50 and $16. SPX rejected 3 times on the trend line. 3 major times on the trend line. Got rejected a lot more than 3 times, but it also broke above the trend line 4 times. And out on the 1 hour, this doesn't look particularly bearish. Hmm. Maybe. This year I opted for a unique advent calendar and decided to make my own Danvent calendar. I purchased 24 dumpsters and placed them in my backyard, numbered accordingly. So much white. Let it snow, let it snow. Thank you, Mr. Flags. When the Dans move into your yard and won't leave, though, that's your problem. How are we feeling on Hal? It's a good question. Fine. I'm not super concerned. Lowered production should benefit them over time. I mean, I have a lot of time on this. It is up quite a lot from my last buy-in, but I'm still targeting like that $44-$45 range in the short term. You think that Upstart has reached a tasty bottom? I'm thinking to average down Jan calls, or better to wait a bit longer. I'm wondering if the shorts are running out of ammo to drive it down more. I mean, they have a bit. They could keep driving it down. That'll depend largely on if the market continues to fall. Oh, thanks. Ooh, I got a text message. How dividend goes live on Wednesday. Okay. Fubo options looking bullish. I don't know. Fubo's holding its own today, I guess. It's definitely outperforming almost everything else. There's some really bullish Fubo orders today. I think they're speaking at the UBS thing. Baba dead? That's kind of just flat, right? It's still just chopping at the $90 level. Still think we see market wide ups this week. Yeah. I don't really think there's any very negative news. Good, glad I bought Theta. The fuck did you do? I leave for a few hours and it's like under 18. The market's just been dropping all morning. So we'll see what happens when it starts to recover. But they're shorting the shit out of it. Cost to borrow went up a little bit today. You buying any spy calls end of day? Probably just more overnight straddles. Thanks, BMG. Um, is Jimmy IV rising at all? Man, IV for earnings is so low. Hmm. Who short upstart? Jesus Christ. SPX touch 4,000 and bounce. I don't know if they're even going to get it that low. Did you talk about the massive deep in the money put sell off on Upstart? Are you talking about the three puts that sold off? $30 million in contracts. 1K puts at over 200 strike. Well, that's kind of bullish. You know, the worst part of my day is that from like 9 a.m. through 2 p.m., I have to listen to everybody whine about why their stock is down. And then it moves back up to where the day started. And then I have to listen to everyone be bullish about it just being flat. I don't know anything about it, Chip. Yeah, that's a hefty amount. I didn't know about that order. That's kind of a big deal. I agree. Time to stand up to these algos. Oh boy. Are you just trying to lose all the money you made back on Friday? Welcome to your own private purgatory. Don't forget the cage you find yourself in is one you created for yourself. Yeah. How are futures looking? Not so hot. Yet you open the stream every morning to these pours, knowing they were gonna do it. Are you a masochist? Maybe. It's a good question. Hmm. Into the end of the week for PPI, yeah, we could see it get locked into a range, and maybe a lower one. So kind of like that big delta neutral positioning and then the drift down into the end of the week, right? Yeah, I mean 4,000 skewed a little bit negatively, but there is support at 410. Gamma flips now at 4018. Should explain why we failed right about at that level before. Might want to wait a little bit. I'm not sure that we've bottomed out here. Ooh, Shopify. I bought into that yet. Pixie. I think Dixie's gonna move up again. Fubo calls due to the World Cup. I already have Fubo calls. Hmm. Grinder is at 669. Nice. I thought that was like rocketing. What happened with it? Did it crash? Jesus, that came down hard. Ah. Switch to a bottom. Yeah, yeah, it did. Hmm. Is it time to blue chip Disney? I don't know. I don't like that company very much. It seems like if SPX slips this, it is very bad. It's not good. If it starts to fall below 4, we could see more of the leverage positioning sell off. Although they do have some time, and we've been pretty volatile lately. Mm. I've been CSPing Disney for weeks, just waiting to get assigned. Great long-term play, especially once they reinstate their dividend. That could be a while. Fubo is used for Europe. Why are you typing in all caps? Loud noises. Well, nothing is happening. How's your neighbor doing? And have you gotten into that rich, crazy cat lady yet? Nope. Don't plan on it either. But good, I assume. Oh no, I haven't seen her for a couple days. I am also yelling. I see that trash. Copper could be good if you want some commodities exposure to metals. How's the pricing on it right now? When do the ouchie down downs end? We'll see. For a movement that most of your followers think is irrelevant, a lot of DD has gone into the anti-DRS thesis. Gingerball seems to think that DRS movement is dead. Really? I didn't see him say anything about DRS being dead. He said that if we see DRS below a certain threshold, it implies people are selling at a faster rate than they're DRSing. But that's just math. Do you not like math, Adam Jojo? You know what? For a movement that's based in complete misunderstanding of financial markets and the benefits of share registration, a lot of research has sure gone into DRS. Fire Iger and Kennedy. They need a clean house at Disney like Elon is cleaning house at Twitter. See how successful Elon is with that game plan. There's an absolute fuck ton of zero GT spy puts at 402. They gotta start taking profit at some point. I'd say so. The SPX is the same deal. There's a shitload of zero DT puts at like 4010, 4015, 4020. Except on SPX, they don't actually have to sell off. You can remain bullish longer than they can remain profitable. That's not how that works. Has VN ever been this low? On GME? Hmm. It's a good question. Yes. November, uh, well, let's see. Today is at 694. Yeah, September 19th and 20th were lower. Um, so it was like the January, like pre January OPEX period. So from like the 14th through the 19th. Average down on docu or wait to see how long SPX dies for. I haven't bought into it yet. But I'll probably start buying in this range. Like the 40 to like $43 range, I really like for entries. It's on pepper grinders, automatic or manual? Automatic. Dow gonna dump hard into Christmas and the New Year. Way overbought in a bear market. Everything's overbought in a bear market. Everything's trading at valuations that significantly exceed what the companies are actually worth, and with contracting margins, it's only going to get worse. But there's no reason to think that the market won't remain exuberant, even in the face of all of that. TN VIX is said to be silly, but could I just force my will onto it? You could try. You think we can see expect Apple to return the 145, 150 range anytime soon? It almost hit 150 this morning. It's trading at 146 right now. Did you mean to use different numbers there? Hmm. Yeah, drawing TA on WeBull is the fucking worst. This is boring. What's for lunch? I don't know, man. I agree on the boring part though. Why was the SPY so choppy and little traded on Friday? It was just a lot of repositioning on the options chain. Just not a lot of volume. Almost all the price action going forward in the market is going to hinge on CPI. So expect that to be where we see a return to a more liquid environment. Think I need to take a break from trading. I've been making more losing than winning trades lately on SPX. Unsure why, and I don't want to put the blame off on volatility. Just gonna wait and sell CCs in my current calls. Still PW. Thanks, QQ. Thank you so much, Costellosaurus. Sorry to hear that, man. Should try more delta neutral strategies with the SPY being as choppy as it is. The directional shit is risky as all hell. What are we talking about? I made burgers yesterday and they were great. I got a serious crust on them. Nice. Melted some Gouda. So good. Sounds tasty. I was up 40% on my December 30th SPY put, so I sold. Does this take profit instinct contrary to the purpose of holding SPY puts as a hedge? And if you have a lot of theta on them, then yes. Because it's, swing trading is different than, taking profits on like intraday trading. You actually have to have a target in mind, and then you're generally buying your options for that target price. So you usually don't take profit if you're waiting to realize that target. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bought theta, right? You would have just bought out the money puts and then sold them when they were profitable. Use lettuce to the buns to keep it on the lighter side. Made a nice burger with a chili salt. Had some smokiness and heat to it. Nice. I'm not a big fan of burgers, but sounds good. What size port do you recommend for trading minis, SPY, SPX? I mean, you can trade if you have margin, you can trade them with any size account that's like 5,000 or over, but you probably, unless you're just doing spreads, you probably want a bit more than that. I haven't had an SPX OI update. I did one at 1228. Still looked like lots of zero DT put positioning. I wasn't really seeing any significant sell-offs in it yet. The upside positioning's still there at like 4050, 4075. That's all still in place. That's farther dated too though. Looks great, Gaff. Thanks for asking. I had a steak with béarnaise yesterday. I think I did this to the SPX. And right now it looks like the Dixie and the oil did this to the SPX. Although Dixie is starting to pull back a little bit now, which is nice. Double top. Might be looking good for a continuation. I'd love to see Dixie below 104 again today after it rocketed earlier. Euro's coming back up a bit, so is the pound, which is helping. Yen's gaining a little bit of ground. So yeah, we might see a little more of a drop on Dixie now. Uh Oil, I want to say it's stabilized, but it's still hard to tell. If it has, it's stabilizing below 78, which isn't great. Or well, futures are future minis. See what WTI looks like. WTI looks a little more unstable. Hmm. Last Wednesday that it took off. It's the 5 minute. All right. Burgers are fun to make when you need a quick meal. It's just ground beef and cheese. Just make a sauce you like and put it on some lettuce. Easy and quick. I know how to make a burger, a fucking burger, BMG. I just don't like them very much. Do you have any videos explaining this Dixie you speak of? It's the dollar index. It's the dollar weighted against 6 foreign currencies. Get an entry in drip, 2x inverse oil. I've been watching it for a few weeks, but I missed my entry. I don't know how much more oil is gonna go down right now. I think the pullback today was a little bit of a surprise, even. Can you share your understanding of FTX GME tokenized securities? Yeah, FTX created a bunch of tokens for securities, and then they didn't buy the underlying stock that those securities represented. Not enough volume traded on any of FTX's tokenized securities to have had any significant impact on any of the things that you would care about. Bison burger? I mean, I've had them. Yeah. I also had bison steak. Wasn't that great? Thanks, Stonk Lover. Have you ever tried deconstructed burger patty and tomato sauce with pasta? They're just wrapped FTX didn't create them. They just allowed them to be traded within the platform. There's zero correlation on wrapped coins to actual shares. It's the fakest of fake money. Everyone thinks they use fucking tokenized securities to like hide short interest on the stock. Why? Because the DD on super stock is bullshit. How do we feel about crab cakes? Ooh. Maryland? Do a Maryland crab cake. Depends on the crab cake. Regionally. I don't like the really dense ones. Those are kind of gross. But a light crab cake? Kind of fluffy? Those are nice. Do you have any significant exposure on crypto? No. I did last year. I had ETH and Bitcoin, but they're gone. I sold that shit pretty close to the top. I have a slightly obscene amount of Cardano that Gaff convinced me to buy. Yeah, it's just 80A now. That's not true. I have Algorand also. I have like, I don't know, 4 grand worth of Algorand or something. Ripple. Gaff likes to lose money just like us. Yeah, except he likes to lose it on crypto instead. Left the house for an hour. What happened to SPX? It went down. It went down a bunch. It's clawing its way back up right now. Ooh, we have an OI update. Ooh, puts are selling off. Nice. Yeah, if we can break 40.1750, looks good. A lot of long interest at 40.20, so I at least feel good about my 40.20 and 40.25 calls. Joke's on you. You can't lose fake money. There's always more fake money. Win gaff coin. I'll get just let me know so I can get in early. Like the Steam? Thanks, Renew. Can I be the first to ask you to stream earnings? You definitely won't be the last. Fake money like the US dollar? Yes. Would you rather date a blind or deaf girl if you had to choose? I'm going blind. Hmm. I don't know if I have a preference. You'd be streaming Gaff's earnings? No. I have an idea for two altcoins, pump coin and dump coin. Dump coin just being an inverse derivative of pump coin. Thoughts? That sounds amazing. Ugh, Russia's going to refuse to sell EU their oil equals bullish for ZOM. SPX about 40.50 by tomorrow open. Shorts are going to stop playing until Thursday. Maybe. They might start coming back in on, like, yeah, maybe Thursday. Yeah, probably Thursday. As they're going to start to position for, like, PPI and CPI. But we could also just see that positioning start to come in around 4,000 and get locked, like range locked for the rest of the week. I just want to let you know, BMG, that blind girls can also tell the size of your Johnson. So you're you're not maybe you're not dodging the bullets you think you are. Apparently I need to change my name. I swear I'm banned. I don't think you are. I don't want people to try to buy zero DT calls based on movements in my calves though, so there's too much risk, right? Here's Jimmy ER before the call. Thanks for coming. We love passionate bag holders. We lost money, but less than last time. We launched stuff that didn't make much money. No guidance. Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, that kind of sounds like a GME earnings call. Don't forget touching on their partnership with FTX and how it really wasn't a big deal. You're not banned either, Popcorn Trader. Mine's fine. You could ask 1 second guy's wife and mom. uh, I have a 327 buy power. Is SPX 0 DTE call the way? Oh, Jesus. No, you're not banned either. Are you buying any GME calls prior to setting up your OPEX position? I don't know. Maybe? Wouldn't an earnings beat be enough to pump GME? Positive EPS might not be needed to necessarily happen. Um, let's see how low expectations are. Estimates at negative 28 cents. and the last actual was negative 35. We could get an earnings beat. I don't think it'd mean much, but we could get one. If at this moment you had some Bitcoin, would you rather sell them and make money? Make the money work on options or CCCSP? I mean, I think equities are significantly safer right now than crypto, but equities are pretty risky right now also. It's up to you. I don't know what your cost basis is. I'm not proud, but my mom, also being my wife, has been efficient. Okay. What's up with Irish guys being called Colm? I don't know. If you started to ban people asking if they were banned, then the answer would always be yes. It's true. Seems like it'd be cheaper shorts to position for CPI once we're above 4,100. End of day tomorrow. Thoughts on CPI? I don't know. Hopefully we see continued cooling, but the results from CPI have been erratic over the last few months. I think if we do get a good print on CPI, then the market's definitely going to rally more. Someone smeared poo all over the toilet at work today. That's terrible. Why do people do that? What am I wrong about? You being banned? You're not banned. First CD on SS after call. Did you hear that? They didn't mention shares with FTX. It means FTX tokenized synthetic shares. RC did this to fuck the shorts. 741 million synthetic shares have to be covered. SPX bouncing, I think, will be dependent on the number of 0DT puts that close out. Dixie looks like it's going to continue to fail. So that's kind of bullish. Crude is starting to recover. Futures and WTI are both looking like they might have found a bottom here. It's tentative, but it looks okay. Futures tapped a pretty important low. Let's see. What's R2K looking like? Mm-hmm. Not gonna lie, R2K still kind of looks like a bag of shit. Time is it? 1:30? I don't know. I think we're starting a recovery here, but we'll see. Maybe I'll strangle the downside here at like, well, if we can get back above 40.10, maybe at 40.10. How many people are banned? Not a lot. I haven't banned very many people. Most of the people that are banned from the channel are sex bots, like spam bots and an obscene number of crypto bots. CPI is next Monday. I think it's pretty oversold at this point. And we're already starting to see some like short side capitulation at the like 40.25 and 40.20 strikes as longs begin to edge the gamma positively. So yeah, I think it's starting, like I said, I think it's starting to look good for a turnaround. But if we get a lot more short interest at 4,000, we might pull back. I don't think we've moved up enough yet to confirm anything. Always been pretty bearish on AMC. Didn't we also see a large notional puts drop off on Bobby before it ran? Yes. Well, actually, first we saw them start rolling down, and they started buying more and the more out of the money puts as the in the money positions rolled off. Better side dish, mashed potato or roast potatoes? Oh, that totally depends on what you're eating. I guess roasted. My work computer says it doesn't recognize my fingerprint. Am I banned? That's a USB port, not a fingerprint scanner. Hey Girk, I just got out of the International Space Station. What are your thoughts on an obscure thing you've not talked about in some time? Pretty bullish, actually. We haven't really traded all that much volume below VWAP. We haven't traded all that much volume on Upstart today at all. GME's pretty low too. Last few days were higher. Any hope for 4051 DTEs? Gotta hit 4025 first. It's sold on Upstart deep in the money. Yeah, we've seen it on Jimmy in the past too. When will I be unbanned? You're not. No one's banned. Who was the troll before Koala Hugger came in? You held real hate for that dude. He had a basic name, I remember. Oh fuck, what was it? I can't remember, but I know who you're talking about. Shit. It was like John or Justin or something like that. Pretty sure I've been banned. Nope. Nice try, Gaff. You're the second last person to get banned. After that is JFresh. No, Monster Buddy wasn't really on the stream, or at least not that I'm aware of. No, not it wasn't Monster Buddy or Ka. No, Dr. K wasn't banned. Justin Johnson, you don't remember me? No, it wasn't. Not that. Monster Buddy was a fucking nut job. God damn it. What the fuck was his name? I can't remember. He was like one of the first people I ever banned. Oh well. Guess what? I got a new studio and gallery space. Awesome. No, Moonwind's actually not banned. Justin Johnson? I know you remember me. No. Sorry. That wasn't Shids and Fards. Wasn't he the guy that started like the white supremacist branch of the pickle jar? Jamie G. That was it. Thank you, Twisted Wrench. Yeah, he got banned from the stream in the pickle jar. Suin started his own. Yeah, he was just the fucking worst. Plot twist, that was me the whole time. No, it wasn't, Calf. You talking Kanye? Oh, Jesus. Man, I saw that fucking like the clips of that it was like Kanye on what's the gay frog guy. I can't remember his name, but he was like on that show. Alex Jones, yeah, that's it. But I saw the clip of Kanye on that, and holy fuck, man, he has gone off way off the deep end. He needs some serious mental help. I think Dr. K is still around once in a while. I've seen him in here not that long ago. He's probably still feeding his family those fucking hamburger pies. The My Pillow guy wants to run to be the head of the Republican Party. I mean, sounds like a viable candidate. Are people on board with that? Yeah, they could do worse. I mean, he's got pillows. Who to like? I don't really know who's up for whatever. Who do people want to be their president? In the middle of a manic episode, but instead of having someone say you need help, he has a bunch of yes men around him saying he's still great. It's insane. Well, he's got a lot of money still, but that'll probably run out. You know you've lost it when the dude who said Sandy Hook was a government psyop thought you went too far. Who was that? Is that the frog guy? What about Paul D. Anthony live? I heard he rage quit the Discord for some reason. I don't know. The last time I saw him, he was fucking whining about something or bitching about something that was completely unfactual that he'd picked up on Superstonk, and I like laid into him, and then after that, I think he left the Discord. I'd never seen a person more incapable of like picking up new information and learning things. He was an insufferable fucking annoyance. You don't want me to be the president. That would be not good for other people. Alex Jones. Oh, okay. He filed bankruptcy because he has like 5 billion in damages for it or something. Jesus Christ. That guy doesn't have that much money. I say Ryan Cohen for president. First executive order. All shares must be DRS. He'll just rug pull the economy. I was just angling for a cabinet seat, to be honest. You can sit in my cabinets right now if you want to, Gaff. I don't have to become president for that. Kirk 2016. Here's my campaign donation. Remember me. Foreign policy would certainly be interesting with you as commander in chief. I think my foreign policy would be fuck around and find out. I would start so many proxy wars. I'd have to buy a lot of defense contractor stock before I started running, though. Hmm. Is that where you're hiding Freg? The cabinets? I found him, everyone. If the client I was working on securing financing for was a publicly traded company, I would buy a massive amount of puts. This could be the first client I have go bankrupt. That sounds exciting. Talk about it a lot more in a public space. JPOW is POTUS with Gurkus Flotus. The lady with the ascot is VP. Christine Lagarde? She's already got a job. If you were president, you had to pick a FLOTUS, who would you go for? I would just have my interns manage my Tinder account. Think of the sweet you know, internet drama I could generate. I could get the public just so wrapped up in my romantic life that they would never pay attention to any of my policies. It's genius. Fun fact, my wife and I met on Tinder. It's weird she has a Tinder though, considering she's married. Yeah, that's to you. What a woman. If you ran, we could finally find out your name. Gurk. It's pretty transparent about it. Found a double bottom SPX 4020 DT. I keep buying more of them. It keeps looking less and less promising. So the Dans run your social media accounts. Sure. First thing we'll do is legalize prostitution, but only at Wendy's franchises. Imagine the sheer volume of clappable cheeks a president that is single would have. It would be absolutely insane. Secret Service just pulling up hoes and sneaking them out through the tunnels. Legendary. Just be like JFK all over again. I mean, he was married, but that didn't stop him. He would be such a security threat. Nope. No NDAs. If they can't kiss and tell, what's the point? No, I'm not running for president. Running for New York City comptroller. I was born here. So we'll use eminent domain to take over all Wendy's locations. We'll legalize prostitution only in those zones. That'll give the Dans some work. Then our next step will be to emblazon all Congress people with their donors' logos, like NASCAR drivers. Then after that, I'm going to abolish the Senate, rewrite the Constitution, and zero DTE settlement for everyone. Did you actively make trades when you used to work for the man? No, because you really can't. You can't do a lot of active trading. Okay, we hit 4K on SPX. Can you tell BlackRock to knock it off? Yeah, let me just give him a call. Which amendments first on the chopping block? No, whole thing. All the amendments. We're gonna start from scratch. This democracy thing has gone on far too long. And frankly, the majority of people are far too stupid to be voters. It was great when we were all property owning farmers in New England, but the times they've changed. My wife says I can't watch you anymore. She's blind, so I'm just gonna mute you. There you go. Yep, that's dead. Yeah, that's who wrote the Constitution, Gaff. Did you not know that? Bringing in Jennifer Aniston, or are you just going after tens in the district? Also, make me ambassador to a foreign nation, please. Like Fiji or the Bahamas. Do we have embassies in Fiji? I thought it was aliens. Pretty sure Reddit said it was aliens. Nope. Nope. The entire Constitution was written by rich white dudes that didn't want to pay the British taxes. Maybe our next president will just swear fealty to sausage fingers and we can get this whole revolution over with. It looks like I'm going to be homeless. Where do I get free soup? I don't know. Google it before they turn off your cell phone. Is Jimmy frozen? It's very uninteresting right now. Is SPX going up this week? We'll find out. If you're president, you could build one. I just wanted the pay and prestige without any of the work. Like, I'm trying to be on a beach smoking cigars and drinking sweet drinks. But you're not related to me. That's not how nepotism works. Any update on SPY options flow since we're getting gutted hard? Still just shitloads of zero DTEs. None of them have really moved or changed. There's a little bit more call interest to the upside, like 40-20, 40-25, but not much in our current range. We're nearing some downside put pressure. 39.95, 39.90. We could slip to 39.75. We've gone down enough now that it's possible. Gold 4%, or silver 4%. Oil's still dropping. Why? Hmm. Could be trying to stop people out. I mean, there's no more calls down here. The last like little pile up of calls was at 4,000. Why is the market such a huge pile of shit? Today's a little surprising, to be honest. Is this big bank selling equity slowly? I don't think so. We're not getting enough like volume anywhere for that. I'll say maybe. I don't know. It kind of just feels like a red day compounded by shitloads of 0 DTE put positions. I don't know if I'd still be allowed to stream. What data do we have this week? When do they announce the interest hike? Next week. Put capitulation? We'll see. What's gonna pop the solar bubble energy earnings like mega caps? Trimmed margins. Still not as bad as those days where the SPX would drop us 40 BPS in 1 minute. I'm just pissed off I didn't hold my straddle longer. I could have made so much more money off of it. Who blames the cure for this? That bastard had to have bought his first SPX call. Maybe. We could try. I feel like this is puts trying to get out before a lower rate. Maybe. But we haven't even, I don't know, we haven't even dropped to the levels where there's like farther dated put positioning. Like that's down at like 39.50. So if they were really trying to get out of their bigger leverage positions, I feel like we'd be going down a lot harder. Also, this is how nepotism works. Pigeon Wells has supported you through your streaming adventure. If you become president, you hook us up with sweet jobs. Jobs have great pay, benefits, no real work, and no significance. But I need you guys to do work. That would be what's the point of having power and not doing any work? Otherwise, why take the pay cut? President doesn't get paid that much. It's the power. That's why it's worth it. Then you don't work anymore afterwards. I want my title to be Excel Jockey. Over 5.4 million notional on 2020 puts for Jan 2023. Hit the bid on Upstart in the last half hour. Something is definitely happening. Huh. Curious. The Pigeon Wells will still manage your Tinder account. Okay. Ambassador to the Cayman Islands. That's a ton of power. You can't just be ambassador to the Cayman Islands. That's where all the money's hidden. I'll do work. My job will be to poll the entire US population every day for the most asked questions from all, and they'll exclusively ask you that once an hour, every hour throughout the day. That sounds fucking terrible. My entire presidency will be just me answering the same 5 fucking questions over and over and over again. President also gets salary for life, so there's that. Plus book deals, your own library. Yours would be filled with copies of options as a strategic investment. Maybe. Oh, there's other books I enjoy. I want to make academic research papers free for everyone. No more charging for knowledge. No more knowledge paywalls. Free college. Not only free college, required college. And people aren't adults until they're 26. Boom. Repeatedly asking the press corps, did you read the DD? All of my statements to the public will be written in DD format and published to Reddit. President Paifa, with North Korea ramping up shows of military force and the conflict in the Middle East escalating, your constituents want to know, are you streaming earnings? I am. Would you abolish nonsense bachelor's degrees that don't pay anything? No, I wouldn't. I would just ensure that everyone had a bachelor's degree. That way you don't feel so bad working at Starbucks. No, people are going to have better lives because of socialized education. They'll just know why their life sucks, which is far more important. Wait, can my job be going to billionaires' houses and private jets, beating up the uber rich, taking their money, and redistributing that money into all our trading accounts? Yeah, but the money can't be withdrawn for 30 years. That's how it works. So everyone gets a dividend from all the corporations. But they have to use it to actively trade. The money is deposited to the Federal Day Trading Commission for 30 years before American citizens receive a 4% redistribution. But how do I know you'll take a bullet for me, BMG? Is Jimmy about to rocket after earnings regardless of EPS and revenue? The amount of put interest for 12.9 is insane today. Very possible. My father's high school courses were my freshman and sophomore college courses. Yeah. I would take a bullet for you. Maybe 50-50. That's good enough. You know what, Carl? I don't need to worry about it. I can just hide behind you. But what if I could negotiate Kava opening up a location next door to your home in New Jersey? And I'll make them throw the food out every 30 minutes so it's as fresh as the Kava in New York. I'd take a bullet for you if the bullet was Mila Kunis and forgetting Sarah Marshall. What about Sarah Marshall? Any recommendations on French press water temperature? I think it depends on the roast of your coffee. Also, I don't use French presses, so I have no idea. Probably like, I don't know if you're using a dark roast, like 196. I'm legit not lying to you right now. I'm in an active discussion with the owner of a Kava 20 minutes from my house, trying to convince them to open a place down the street from me. See? As a president, would you outlaw the stock market opening until you can get in front of your computer to trade? Solves any oversleeping problem. Hmm. No, 24-hour markets. You know, the movie telling me to forget Sarah Marshall's same like short hedge funds telling me to forget GME. Sarah Marshall seemed like a good time. She was into some pretty kinky shit. I'm not taking a bullet for you. I can just indoctrinate some global idiots to do it, though. There's so many in this country, it hurts. Alright, that works. But we'll need some polarizing platform. What's it gonna be? Like, the average American isn't gonna care about zero DTE settlement. I need to take a strong stance on something that people think matters. A strong stance that the majority of people will agree with. Eat the rich. That's a good one. It's gonna be hard if I'm rich to defend my position, but I like it. Zero DTE paychecks. What are we talking here? Doubles like Saddam Hussein or clones like Peter Thiel? Why even run for president when I could just lead my own revolution? That's way cooler. And guaranteed to get you a longer paragraph in a history book. Vive la resistance. Or whatever. Hundreds of years from now, they could write about me starting a revolution against the rich in order to protect my own head. Genius. Banned your ass. Better to go from the inside and change the rules than a violent military coup d'etat. It doesn't need to be violent. Looks like he just retracted his message. Which vape flavors did you stock Air Force One with? All of them. Like a sample bar. Yeah, but for the people to give it away, they first have to take it back by force, right? I understand how that works. Yeah, it's super. I hate red days. Can I be in charge of the education department? Sure. This is a ridiculous conversation, by the way. I can't even get 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. You think I'm gonna win a bid for the presidency? Yes. That's true, Brett. Did you time out things and stuff, Carl? What did he say that made? Oh, okay. Well, that's reasonable. To be fair, you aren't getting the subs because you never ask people to like and subscribe. Yeah, but that's like, that's gonna keep them around longer. Thanks, Mike's Pickle. Will you take off your shirt if BBY hits $10 this week? No. Thanks, Gaff. I appreciate it. If enough people write in Pickle Daddy for president, he'll show up on the news. That in and of itself would be a huge victory for your not a cult movement. It's not a cult. It's not it's not a movement. Thanks, Turd. Turd, how come you're always down more than everybody else who bought calls in the same period of time as you? How do you do that? If you bought puts, you'd be a god. Ridiculous, you would never run. However, and be honest here, after you wreck the financial markets with all of your DRS shares, will you run, buy for president of the country you flee to? Possible. It depends on how economically impoverished it is. So spend all my campaign funding doing photo shoots with private jets and hot girls. No one's tried it. I think it would work. I'd be like, vote for me or you're fucking lame. Tempted to cut my 12:30 calls and roll them in. Interesting. Jimmy's setting up for a rounded bottom breakout on the 15-minute. Oh, cool. Wouldn't like Dan Bilzerian be like, or whatever? What's that guy's fucking name? Is it Bilzerian? Wouldn't he be president if that was the case? But everyone just thinks he's a fucking asshat. Don't spend it, just use CNS to roll over the obligations. It's sort of with that sort of fame, imagine opening up the Craigslist CC network to the entire country. Everyone and their sister would be buying your covered calls. Hmm. Yeah, it's getting weird in here today. Everyone's bored, the market's dropping. And it's like not dropping in an interesting crash kind of way, just really slowly bleeding down to sub 4,000. Which companies do you admire for their innovation and purpose outside of just profitability? Oh, I don't. That's not a metric that I like about companies, generally speaking. Now, if they're purposeful, innovative, and profitable, that's exciting. I like BTU. They've been really innovative in getting more coal out of the ground despite a serious amount of public backlash. That's impressive. They've managed to skirt under the Australian radar as bigger coal miners got taken down by environmentalists, and now they're profiting off their Australian operations, which is fantastic. So, I mean, is that the kind of innovative purpose we're talking about? Because I'm all about that. Now, I'm not about global warming, but I mean, credit where it's due. Why would anyone sell millions worth of deep in the money puts on Upstart for any reason other than an expected move up? It's not even a good IV play. It's kind of neutral to, well, it's not really neutral. It can be neutral to implied volatility. Depending on where the other leg is. U.S. Commerce, European Union agree common mechanism for reciprocal sharing of information about public support provided to the semiconductor sector. Joint statement. Interesting. That sounds not overly bullish, but fun. They're gonna talk to each other about it. Yeah, just buy them and sell them in like units. I'm still bullish on testing 40/50 at closer tomorrow. It's nice to have fuck off time until I collect my 25% this week. I'm back in the saddle again, boss. Awesome, man. AT&T settles SEC charge of disclosing non-public information to research analysts. Ooh, nice. What's the fee or the fine? What are your thoughts on covered call ETFs? I don't think their performance is very good. I heard the Australian radar is just 3 emus tied to a fence post, with one dingo being forced to chase them in circles, while some guy with a knife looks on from atop his pet crocodile. Is this true? It sounds sort of accurate. Yeah. Is New Zealand the New Jersey of Australia? You know what? If nothing else, we'd have by far the best campaign ads. Britney Spears confuses fans with a very weird birthday message to Jamie Lynn. Something is definitely wrong. uh, Thank you, Fluffy, for that very much appreciated break in the news cycle. Dad, make the put buying stop. They've mostly stopped buying puts, but they haven't sold them. I think is the bigger problem. Peabody Energy Corp equals BTU. Yes. Breaking: New York man named Man of the Year by Cavs Connoisseur Quarterly. uh, I'm gonna create a bunch of awards and give them to myself. Mercado Libre files complaints against Apple for anti-competitive practices. Oh no. What's the inference when Unusual Whales says the S&P hasn't bottomed before a recession since World War II? I feel like it's a pretty clear statement. I would imagine that they're attempting to gain followers on Twitter by stating useless information that sounds compelling. Like they're hinting at something, but they're really not. More followers on Twitter probably means more subscribers to what is essentially an Edgar system search bar that you pay money for every month. I'm not your financial advisor, Popcorn Trader. RYLD covered call ETF has a yield of 12.2%. Yeah, but how much has the price of the stock dropped? So it's got a 12% yield, but it's dropped. Where's the beginning of this year? But it's down 12% on the year. So its yield is nothing. Or just flat? It's just flat. It's the Global X Russell 2000 cover flat value ETF, static value ETF. Risky to hold Baba 1216 overnight. I'm probably gonna find out because I am gonna fuck around. Have you talked about the 80 trillion off-sheet balance thing with banks today? I'm surprised it's so little. Blonde director Andrew Dominic says accusations that his movie exploited Marilyn Monroe are strange. Quote, she's dead. It's true. Yeah, we had one of these days like what was it, like last Monday? It was just the worst. Sell covered calls on the covered call ETF. I don't think the yields are with a dividend that high, I don't think the yields are very good. Hmm. Oil tanker jam forms off Turkey after start of Russian oil cap. Okay. To help me plan my call purchases, what time of today will the market turn back towards ups? I don't know if it will. This isn't looking good so far. I don't like the level we're at right now. There's just not a lot of call interest down this low. Yeah, I'll straddle it overnight. Bloomberg Terminal shorts out, starts throwing random, at best tangentially related information into pickle themed streams. Don't all the SPX 0 DTE puts need to be sold off to realize short profit? Yes, but the levels we're at, we're nearing longer term put positions, which can continue to pull down on the markets. Also, Dixie just keeps moving up. Like it broke down a little bit earlier, and now it's just trending up nice and slow. 81 BPS on the day. Yeah, I think jobless claims will be pretty important. It's going to be a profitable straddle overnight strategy until we get CPI. I think so. Yeah, it still doesn't look very promising. Some of my puts are out, but I kind of don't want to sell them because I have time on them. Oh, what's this, dork? Oh, SPX. Something does stink. So it's you that's not closing the puts? I don't have very many, though. I think I only have, like, near the money, I only have like 15. I don't have thousands of puts. It's ridiculous. Sweet or savory croissants? Croissants are supposed to be sweet. I don't. What's a savory croissant? That's not. That's just stuffed wrapped in puff pastry. What's a reasonable target for puts on a straddle? I mean, if we don't dump to 39.65 today, we could tomorrow. Yeah, I don't really think there's any bad news. Upstart and Jamie looking great. How are the bag holders coping? Probably fine, given that they've both been this price for the last, like, 3 months. They refuse to accept the fact that a cannoli is sushi. Well, you know, they're probably just set in their ways. Did you know that Rev got delisted? I was aware. Upstart hasn't been this price for 3 months. It was lower than this at earnings. Just joined. Liquidity still dry. Super. Shorts are taking full advantage of it, which is annoying as shit. It feels like there isn't a good way to determine a turnaround point. Not really, because the volume's so dry and we're moving around at levels that don't have a lot of options interest. So, kind of, I mean, this is chop, essentially, but it's being dragged down by lots and lots and lots of 0 DTE puts. I'm sure at some point those puts will start to close off. Maybe if we could get some momentum to the upside. But until they do, I mean, yeah, today's super fucking boring. VIX rising above 21, indicating that last week 19 was the bottom. I don't know about that, but it's going to increase put pricing. And the price on SPX is still relatively high. I don't see any drop off in the out of the money call positioning really. Some of the odd strikes fell off, but the bigger, further dated positioning is very much in place. You had to make a sacrifice to the stock gods. Which mod would you offer up and why? Um, well, Darth, because he's not a real mod and no one would notice. You're gonna break his heart. You think the price action on SPX will continue in this range? Until then, possible break 4050, 4100 again. Maybe. Maybe we just get pulled down today, bounce up to resistance again over the next couple days, pull down again into PPI and CPI, and then depending on how those go, up or down from there. Han isn't gone. Han was around over the weekend. Has SPX bottomed? It's looked like it was going to several times today, and people just bought more puts. $39.80 bounce. We'll see. It's $39.85. Mm, maybe there could be. Okay, so there could be a little opportunity to get some momentum here. Actually, Jesus, 200 BPS drop today. And the worst part is I sold my put straddle 50 BPS into it. Ugh. Goddamn profit taking. How do I explain to someone that I lost $10,000 because I woke up 1 minute late? Oh, that's a tough one. Unusual whales claiming EVs could get banned in Switzerland due to a short supply of electricity. Kind of makes sense. Is the Swiss market like a huge part of EV sales? You know, I don't independently spend a lot of time talking about pickles. It's just everyone else does. When are we getting a background stream of the dude interpreting the TNS into hedgy messages? Oh man, if I could find that guy, I would love to interview him. for at least a couple minutes. No, I know. I'm not worried about the. I still have my 4070s from my fucking straddle open. I'm not worried about moving back up. It's just an annoying intraday. Like a very annoying like a whole day. It's not even intraday anymore. Like we're moving into power hour right now, and it's just been God so awful. Just down. I hate going down on low volume. If we're gonna get downs, I want them to be epic and catastrophic. I don't want this like slow 200 BPS drift to the downside. I want nice, thick, strong trends and some serious shorting. All the fucking shorts are broke because the market ran too hard. Wanna fly kites with me after market close today or play catch? Because you're my dad. I'm not your dad, but we can play catch. I'm gonna get on my treadmill after today and just walk until I go to sleep. Get Guybrush out there. He usually shakes shit up one way or another. Is Guybrush just the image for volatility? Maybe he's just like he's just volatility. That's what he represents. Volume and volatility. Not necessarily good. Not maybe not bad. It's not Peloton. It's I bought a Soul. No, it's not gonna fit under my desk or probably anywhere near it. I can buy another treadmill for the desk if I want to. Yeah, oil's turning around. A little bit. It might be the most significant bit it's caught all day. What I actually like is how futures look. I think futures look really good. So now I'm gonna roll all of my underwater shit into 4,000 GTs. 39.95? No, 4,000. Let's go. And on a test of 40-10, I can break even. No, it's not that kind of soul. It's spelled like that, like the fish. Thanks, James. Happy December to you too, man. Let's put some 1750 calls on Upstart for March. I hope it's enough theta. Seems like a lot. I switched to Firefox as my main browser today. Nice, Carl. You're only 15 years late. Upstart $15 end of week. Probably won't sell these puts till it hits 12 to 13. Good luck. When Upstart panic, more buying opportunities for me. I don't know. You can panic whenever you want. I frequently miss the Power Hour song. I can't wait until Upstart actually starts to move and like everyone's like, oh man, I bought in at 23 and then I got burned. You think Jans are still too early? I'm okay with them for a couple more weeks. They're fine. I mean, they're like 50 DTE. How do you estimate a low on a stock like Upstart that has dropped? I mean, you can start to see where buyers come in on it, right? And we know that there's a lot of buyers where it dropped to earnings at like $13. There's a significant rush of volume and buy pressure, right? So there's a lot of buyers down in like the $13 range. Um, the fact that it's been pretty hard for us to dip meaningfully below 18 for a couple weeks now would say that there's probably a decent number of buyers below 18. They're shorting pretty hard today if you've looked at the put interest, and they're not accomplishing very much for their efforts. In a more stable credit environment, the companies are worth like 40 to 66. I could see it, like if they have one more pretty awful earnings, I could see it dropping into like the what, maybe 15, 13, $15 range. If I were going to go like long on it, like I want to hold it for a year or more, I would look to buy after the next earnings. Although they are making some moves to gain exposure to more liquid credit markets, and if they're able to over this quarter, we may see revenues start to pick up again. Didn't people panic like this on GME before March Apex? Also, the FUD back then was insane. People always panic when the price of their stock goes down. People are flighty and emotional. They can't control themselves. I mean, I don't think neither Upstart nor GME are gonna lose a tremendous amount of value over the next couple years. Like they're both solid companies. Upstart's a little better. Well, at least more fleshed out. GME's still very much in the middle of a turnaround, but they're doing better, and their turnarounds, the initial phases of their turnaround are starting to finalize. So, they're pretty protective, honestly. Def- Defensive. You could say they're a bit more defensive now, especially at these prices. I don't know who the fuck Liver King is. Wasn't it 3 months of Bobby complaining? Yep. And then a massive up into months of Bobby bag holding. Yeah, no one, they spent so long complaining they forgot to sell when it went up. No, I didn't. All right, well, not you. Come on, pump it. This is exactly the kind of thing I like to see. All right, let's see if futures can break back up over 4,000. They're looking pretty good. How's buy pressure? December contracts trading at 40.40. 40.72 on the March contract. All right. NASDAQ starting to fall back under 200 BPS. Oil still looks like garbage. Dixie's falling, though. Nice head and shoulders on Dixie. Maybe Dixie back to like shit. Either 105.2 or 105.16. I like the drop off on Dixie. That's pretty cool. It it broke that 105.30 level and just fell off. Although the euro's recovery and the pound's recovery both look pretty weak. Dollar's gaining on Japan now. Hmm. Lame. How did Fubo do today? Pretty shitty. I'm gonna average down my upstart a bit. Are we gonna bottom out, you think, in the next 3 to 4 days? I don't know how much more shorting they're gonna do. I mean, they already bumped the bar rate 5% today. If they continue to lean on the lending pool, they can probably do a bit more shorting, but how much more is kind of up for interpretation. There's tomorrow has a bunch of ETF FTDs due on GME and Upstart, and that could just bump the price right back up into that like 18, 50, 19 range. I was up 30% on SPY this morning, and then I got greedy. False breakout on low of the day and a close. Possibly. We'll see. I don't know. Futures, I think futures and SPX both still look pretty good. Oil's a little more questionable. Dixie's coming down. So we may get propped up on the back of like Dixie falling off. Are you still stacking up on upstart calls? I didn't buy any today. I bought some on Friday. NQ isn't pulling up as much as ES. No, I don't expect it will either. But it is trying to break that like 200 BPS level. 11,772. ES does look a little stronger. But I think that's just because we're seeing like oil climbs. Oil's climbing up really, really slowly. It's not really coming up quickly, so but it is clawing back a little bit of its drop. It's probably gonna run into some resistance soon though. I don't think this is a breakout at all. And if it is, I'm just gonna scalp it. I love you, full homo. Thanks, Carl. Fucking chill. Everyone calls Gatorade flavors by their name and not color as a cop. You mean like Arctic Chill? Is Blue Lightning one? It should be. What if they just say orange? How would you know? I don't know if this test is. Oh my god, y'all are all cops. What's your view on German Christmas markets? What? I don't know if I have one. Are these markets that exist in Germany during the Christmas period, or are you talking about Christmas time in the German markets? What's your opinion on pet fish? I don't know. I don't really understand them. It's like a lot of work to keep them alive, and then they don't offer up a lot. They're fish. They're tiny brains. I have a tiny brain. All right, not sure. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to compare you to a fish. Would you rather have a dog or a fish? Fish. All we need is access to around $60 million to pump into upstart calls daily to counteract the $10 to $30 million a day in puts and actual shorting. Get your political career going so we can make this happen. I don't think my political career is gonna get me $60 million. It'd probably cost me more than that. What would your expected range of upstart price action and IV be if we ran 30, 40, and 70%? 10%, 10 to 15% above gamma max, and an increase in IV of 30, 40% is a conservative estimate for price action. Can it go above that? Sure. Will it? Maybe not. Why can't you just be bullish? I don't like being bullish or bearish. I probably like being bullish more than being bearish, but both of them are awful. Inverse head and shoulders forming on SPX if it bounces here. Yeah, it's a decent reversal trend. See, I think it will. I just don't know if there's enough time left in the day for that bounce to mean anything. It's not about being zen. It's just, I don't know, tying all your emotions into the direction you think the markets are going to take. It seems silly to me. Most of this job is patience. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about gold clawing its way back. Grinder up 3.96% today. MOASS. Man, I should have shorted the peak of that. I totally forgot about it. And I'm so pissed at myself. Can you teach me patience? How about now? End of month target on SPX. Oh, I don't know. CPI data is way too it's too much of a binary event to try to say which direction the SPX will take by the end of the month. Between 3,500 and 4,500. That's, I mean, yeah, that's actually not that bad. I wonder if I should start going short some futures contracts. Like the September 2023 contract is just a little over exuberant. Shorty S, yeah. Tesla CSPs for 1209 paying way too high of a premium. Tesla going to 175. I can see that. I sold June contracts at 150 already on Tesla. So that's kind of my target over the next couple months. I don't have a furry costume. I don't think I'd make a good furry. I don't like being hot. End of year prediction on percent of chat divorced by end of year. I have no idea. Mm. Other recovery here. Start buying 1DTs now. Should just straddle now. Actually. No, I think the 3090 is a good straddle point. Or 3990. I like it. It's it's a good distance from both 4025 and 3975, so as long as we pull towards the higher concentrations of open interest, then it'll print one way or the other. I mean, right now the market's moving so much that it's hard for a straddle not to be profitable. Next Fed talk next week. Yeah, money. If the dollar doesn't get stopped here, 295. What's going to 295? $3.95. If Dixie keeps rising, yeah, maybe. 39.50. Any economic news tomorrow? Nothing super significant, I don't think. Is tomorrow balance of trade? Yeah, we have balance of trade at 8:30 in the morning. And imports and exports for October. And year over year red book. So some like bigger macro shit. I think balance of trade's expected to drop again. The last drop was pretty big. What does the drop in the trade deficit mean? Fewer imports, generally, like broadly speaking. The US has been running trade deficits since like the 70s. And this volume, is this volume that SPX sure puts on 0 DT is abnormal? Correct me if I'm wrong, but SPX wasn't intended to be manipulated, right? I mean, it's sometimes almost easier to manipulate because, well, especially in this environment with low liquidity, right? So, normally in a healthy, thriving market with robust liquidity, SPX would not be very easy to manipulate. It would cost a lot of money. But right now, it's, getting dragged around a lot, especially by its 0 DT options. What you'll find is on SPX, especially with institutions buying large swaths of 0 DTEs. Um, that the hedging on them is more sorry, the hedging on them is more consistent. So, um, unlike like smaller equities where you buy 0 DTs and the market maker doesn't even bother hedging them. The the desire for market makers to stay delta neutral on the SPX is very high because of the massive amount of risk making the market represents, right? If you're not perfectly hedged at all times, you're carrying possibly hundreds of millions or billions of dollars worth of potential risk. Is pooping 5 times a day normal? That seems excessive. I'm not sleepy. I just got a message on my phone. I'm waiting for a delivery, and I don't want them to fuck me over again. Where can I find the put call ratio for SPY for today's expiry? I have no idea. I might be able to get it. Let me see if I can get it. Today's put call ratio 2.7 right now. Yeah, that's like no, almost 3 to 1 puts to calls. But that's for today's expiration. Tomorrow's is 2.49. Um, but not there's not gonna be a lot of interest there until tomorrow, so it's still hard to tell. Um, the closest expiration for December is a little more even at 1.4. Or the closest monthly expiration. Those can change really, really fast too. Do you have any insight or indicators the Fed is in quantitative tightening? They have been. Yeah, they've been starting to. Their balance sheet's been moving a little bit. Not a lot, but a little. That's on adding Palantir. I have been. I've been selling CSPs on it. The most recent bounce provides some relief to liquidity in SPX, with a lower high in the trend, which is bullish on volatility. Cool. That's exactly what my well, disgusting number of 0 DTE 4000 calls would like to hear, Dork. Which chart looks like it's on another leg down on the technical side. Yeah, it bounced off the upper trend, or was rejected on the upper trend. It's dependent on market liquidity going down, given the liquidity. Uh, I mean, active fund sell pressure helps them a lot. I thought you wanted out of your Palantir. Did you read the DD I wrote on it a couple weeks back? They're kind of taking a new direction with um their product deployment, and I like it. So I'm thinking about trying to bring my cost basis up to 0. So I'll be adding to my position until I can hit that. And then I'll stop. In the meantime, I'm just selling CSPs. I think I have 650s out right now that I haven't been assigned on yet. Yeah. For December 16th, I have 650s out. How many days of whale teeth precede up? We'll find out. In March, it went on for like almost a couple weeks, I think. Let me take a look. Uh, yeah, Jimmy's Jesus Christ. Let's see. We started seeing them begin in early April, or late April. So like April 26th before the May run. And can I see these on the daily? They're a little harder to define on the daily. Yeah, because they mostly occur in after hours. And then they began on GME March 2nd. So both of those a couple weeks out from the run. Right now we've had them ongoing since November 25th. And they've been pretty persistent. Volume liquidity is extremely dry. We're already significantly like GME liquidity is the lowest historically. I think it's ever been. Yeah. Yeah, GME is the most illiquid it's ever been by a pretty significant factor because March was the lowest. Well, actually no. Right before the October run was the lowest. And we are now significant like the October 31st like little blow off they did. That was the lowest we'd ever been. Well, okay, so just before May there was a peak at about so there was a one peak before the May run that was a little higher. But we're higher than that now. So yeah, GME's liquidity now currently is the lowest it's ever been in the history of the stock. And then its ETFs are pretty close. I don't think it was in IJH back then. XRT's at the lowest it's ever been. Yeah, XRT's XRT's as low as it was before the ETF FTDs were covered on it. And then GME's the lowest it's ever been. IJH is the lowest it's ever been. IWN or is it IWR? IWR's fairly close to historic lows. VTI. VTI is getting close to historic lows. Not quite there yet, but pretty close. VTI is lower than it was in September of 2021, which was its second lowest point. Well, no, it got pretty low going into March, too. So, yeah, Jimmy and a lot of its potential pools of liquidity are all kind of looking a bit tapped out. Bankman-Fried must testify, and they're gonna have to get him into the country again, right? Isn't he somewhere with no extradition? Well, they can maybe. So back in March, they got some liquidity from the drop into earnings, right? Not a lot, but a little bit. Um, like the earnings drop got them a tiny bit of liquidity, but not enough to resolve their obligations, right? And then, shortly thereafter, we ran for OPEX. Um, May earnings came on the back of an OPEX. So liquidity was already pretty good, and then it got better after earnings for a couple days. Um, Although May's OPEX run did not see, the problem is like we haven't had a good OPEX run in so long that really May was the last peak of liquidity for GME. Like that's May. Actually, it's June 6th was the last time GME was sufficiently liquid to actively short sell. Since then, we have not returned to those levels again without operational shorting. And yeah, liquidity is just getting progressively worse every day. Now, at this point, we're bound to start seeing fails, which we really haven't seen a lot of since after the split, which is interesting. Um, Failures on GME have dropped off massively over the last couple months. Recent share offering, other mixed signals. Alit? ALIT? Yeah, I'll take a look at it. How big was the recent share offering? Public common shares priced at 775. Well, I mean, you're likely to see a pullback in price. They do information technology services. I don't really know much about the company. Revenues seem okay. I mean, they're moderately profitable. Is their share offering to address debt or for growth? Oh, Jesus Christ. They have a shitload of liabilities. They have a lot of current liabilities too. Um yeah, I mean that's definitely a big debt problem. They leaned hard into that zero interest rate free money, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't say this looks, I mean, very good in the near term. I don't think their revenues or earnings are nearly sufficient enough to address their debt problems right now. I mean, obviously, right? That's why they're doing a share offering. Yeah, I wouldn't say the signals are very mixed. I'd say they're just kind of bearish. Netflix dead? No, but I'll probably pick up more calls on it tomorrow. It's just pulling back with the market. I don't think shorts give a shit about DRS. Definitely not enough to DRS shares themselves. So you're saying what if shorts went really, really long and then DRS'd a bunch of shares? What's the name of this InfoSec company? It's a light, ALIT. Need to financials alight, which it looks like their financials are or have been lit on fire. Do you ever strangle the SPX in anticipation for big moves, or you usually take the safer route with straddles in case the move isn't as big as expected? I do, but you have to get more theta on them, Tom Tom. I strangled over the weekend. I didn't technically have a straddle because I closed out my 40/50s when we moved up on Friday, and then I reopened 40/70s as it started to come back down into the end of the day. So that left me strangled at 40/70 and 40/50. But yeah, I mean, as long as I have a decent amount of theta, like five for a strangle, usually like 5 days minimum for expiration. So the benefit is you don't have to pay for as much theta on a straddle. I don't think the 0DT puts are closing very much. Why would they? They're cash settled out at the end of the day. I think we're seeing some of them got closed off, but not any significant quantities. I don't think anybody holding like 40/10 or like 40/20 puts is very afraid right now of just riding the contract into the end of the day. If we got some upside momentum, we might see more of them closed out, but we're not really getting any, right? Volume's remaining really low. EFXT, they bought out another natural gas company. It seemed like a smart move on their end. I mean, that could hurt their stock price in the short term. They've had more volume traded in the last couple weeks than they have in the entire history of the stock. Um, I'm assuming that the buyout is reflected in their last earnings. Margins are way down, but also in the last earnings. Liabilities aren't terrible. Got a dividend. I mean, they took a hit when other companies were making money, but I don't hate the price. I think it's a good price. I'm not really particularly interested in it. Are they more on like the side of like exploration? I see they're an industrial machinery company, so they're more like Halliburton. Yeah, my girlfriend works at Outlet. I've considered buying puts on just what she's told me. I mean, you've missed a lot of the boat for puts, but yeah, the company doesn't look super good. Like I don't like their financials at all. Is an exploration operation? Okay. I'm not a big fan of exploration, but it can be really profitable, don't get me wrong. There's people that are heavily invested in that industry, but you really need to know it. You need to know like kind of who you're working with. Can you explain why you chose calls with more theta on Apple versus Netflix? Apple's slower to realize value. Netflix's call side chain is pretty stacked. So if Netflix moves up, I think it'll move up pretty quickly. It's got a big upside gap to fill also, which people have placed a lot of bullish bets on. So rising market, Netflix will probably have a slightly more accelerated price improvement than Apple will. Apple, I think, will take a little more time, but I think people are getting pretty bullish on them moving more of their manufacturing out of China. They'll probably move it into India, I'd imagine. Alight isn't an infosec company. They're a benefits and HR company. Spinoff from Aon Hewitt's benefits and HR platform. Gross. Okay. I'm just going off what like the fucking trading view thing says. It says they're information technology, which I think fits that description. FTC might sue Microsoft. They might. It wouldn't be the first time. How much price improvement do you see ETF FTDs providing on GME tomorrow? I don't know, man. They're kind of low. There's like 1.4 million FTDs. Upstart has about the same, but with 4 times smaller float. So if I had to pick one of the two to target like small ETF FTD gains on, it would probably be Upstart. Also, Upstart's ETF exposure is more consolidated, and so failures in those ETFs are far more rare. Whereas like GME's ETF FTDs could represent exposure to a broader range of equities than Upstart's. You sound hoarse. Did you participate in den activities over the weekend? No, but I met up with my friend who's sick, so I might be getting it. I'm not sure yet. Do you see what they did to buy my Zom? Zom's still 130 eventually. But I thought it was end of year. GM and Upstart both down 7.12%. Neat. You know what it's nice is it's nice to see them do all the bullshit on Upstart that they do on GME, right? Sounds hoarse because he's a centaur. Yep. Yeah, my zero DTs are in the money. 3 minutes before close, I am up 32%. It doesn't make up for all the losses for the day, but a little bit. I need to put stops on these though. Am I gonna have to exercise these to make any fucking profit? Hold on. Let me see if this trend's gonna continue. No, this actually looks kind of good. ES still pushing up. Yeah, ES back above 4,000 now. Oh, okay, so there's a little bit of headwinds from ES. This can pull up a little more. Estimated PT on SPX tomorrow? I have no idea. I gotta see where OI shakes out in the morning. Right now, everything's just super skewed to the zero DT puts from today. So they spent 30 million on Upstart to drop the price $1. I think it was more than that. And they're really fighting for 4,000 into the end of the day. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just roll these into tomorrow. Wonder if I can roll them with like a tiny bit of profit. There we go. Alright. That could have been worse. I have SPY 402 calls for Thursday. Nice. Yeah, that's probably not that bad. Yeah, I still have the straddle. I'm straddled at 39.90. Bobby, the only green I see today. Bobo is up. VIX is up. Veru's up. SST was up. BCTX. I think Kirkland's was way the fuck up. Ding ding. Yeah, day's done. Yeah, I don't understand how Yang is up, given fucking Chinese markets rocketed last night. You want to have a plumbus I can borrow? Yeah, just ask around. I'm sure someone does. Well, today's finally done. Thank fucking God. Yeah, so we got some elevated ETF FTDs for GME and Upstart tomorrow. We'll probably start to see the effects of those in pre-market and at market open. Generally speaking, they're resolved pretty quickly. If they do create any volatility, I expect halts, but the put walls on GME and Upstart to the upside will probably prevent any significant price action from occurring. The market looks like it recovered a little bit of its drop today, towards the end of the day here, bouncing off 38.50, but or 39.50, sorry, but 39.80, 39.85. What am I talking about? 39.85. Looking at the wrong numbers. 39.85, with puts selling off at the 39.90 and 39.95 range. There's still a significant amount of put interest at 4,000. 4,000 is going to be the key level going into tomorrow morning. We'll see if oil starts to make a little bit of a comeback tonight. Futures look like they're recovering a little bit. We'll see how those do. I expect HSI to continue to move up along with Shenzhen and CN50. We'll see how Nikkei performs. It didn't perform very well last night, but maybe the Asian markets will back a little bit of a rally. Really, for SPX though, we want to see a move back above 40.20 into tomorrow to get back into that range where there's more significant call interest. Uh, that's about it, I think. As for everything else, it all remains super illiquid. The DTC 15C3-3 settlement begins on the 7th. The FINRA settlement, I believe, for 4210 begins on the 12th. So it's like the 12th through the 15th and the 7th through the 9th are the potential deferral periods. Other than that, it would extend out to the 30-day mark at OPEX if they used the same deferral they used back in March. So we'll find out. I wouldn't try to focus on those. I would just try to have sufficient theta to cover the entire period. We'll see what happens with GME and everything tomorrow with the ETF FTDs. But if there is a spike, I expect them to short it back down, especially with GME going into earnings. BTU candle is BTU does some crazy shit in after hours sometimes. Yeah, that's nothing. Pretty pretty down today actually. My theta took a 45% hit today. I don't think it did. You just saw implied volatility drop today. Implied volatility is kind of grinding down near its lows on Upstart. This is probably a great price and volatility range to average down at if you didn't get such a great entry the first time around. Well, Nixus predicts a GME spike tomorrow. The fucker is wrong most of the time, though. I mean, there's some ETF FTDs. I just don't think they're going to be nearly as significant as they were on like October 31st. They're pretty small. Like there's not a lot of them, and XRT's off reg share now, so I wouldn't expect it to be amazing or anything. Maybe we test like 2650, maybe 27. I think there's far too much put interest to the upside in preparation for earnings for us to move very hard. All right, anyway. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully things shake out a little bit better now that we've ground out some of those 0DT puts. Have a good night, guys. See you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.